We are back and we'd like to resume the session. So just to let you know a couple of housekeeping matters regarding smudging. We have had smudging here in the room. We had the knowledge keepers smudge the room, also come up and smudge at the stage. We have been advised by the hotel that we cannot have smudge here in the assembly room, but we do have meeting rooms where there is mental health supports and smudging as well. So we do have that in room 209. So if you do require smudging or mental health supports, a reminder, room 209. Also, the Knowledge Keepers Council is available if you wish to speak to somebody or one of the Knowledge Keepers, room 214. So again, second floor. Also, former Justice Tony Mandaman is still available. He is around to meet with any movers, seconders regarding any changes to resolutions. Also, a reminder to everyone here or joining online, all materials are on the AFN website. So if you go to afn.ca, all meeting materials are there, including revised agreements, the final agreement that will be discussed and whose resolutions accepting or modifying those agreements will be dealt with this afternoon. All of the information is available online. Also, if you have your lanyard, we mentioned that this morning, there's a QR code on the front of your lanyard. If you take your phone, take a picture, click on the link, that'll take you to a special site that has all the information. So delegates, we'd like to get back into the session. What time is it now? We are behind. And just to let you know, there were changes, of course, this morning to the agenda. So we are behind. We'd like to get started. We have two panel discussions. So what we will be doing is dealing with the panel discussion, navigating diverse regional perspectives, and we have, looks like 6 presenters as part of that panel discussion. We'd like to get that started right away. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. Also at 2 o'clock, we'll have guest speaker Dr. Cindy Blackstock from the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada. According to the updated agenda, she was allocated 20 minutes and then 30 minutes for Q&A. Following that, we will have following that, we will have a guest speaker, former National Chief Phil Fontaine. On the agenda so far, that could be roughly 3 o'clock. He had been allocated 30 minutes to address the Assembly. Just to let you know, if we follow the time formatting that was given to us, that takes us to 3:30 or so to start dealing with resolutions where the decisions will be made. We are speaking with the panelists and those that are involved in the presentations to be mindful of that. We are aware, Chiefs, that you had been ready to deal with resolutions starting at 1 o'clock. So we'd like everyone that will be speaking to be mindful of the time that we have. We want to hear from all of the panelists, but if we can be more clear, concise, and stick to possibly tighter timeframes, and then we can have you deal with the resolutions when we had initially wanted. So that's the plan for this afternoon. I know we don't have a full room yet, but we're just going to get right underway into the first panel discussion. So I'll turn it over to my colleague, Weena Siwi. Thank you.
Miigwech Adam, bonjour, j'espère que vous allez...
Good day. I hope you had a great lunch. Welcome back. Welcome to everybody's online.
Good afternoon. I see that acknowledge Chief Miracle online, your hand is up. I will allow one intervention, so I will allow your intervention. So I invite you to please unmute yourself. Yes, over to you, Chief.
Until now, so I didn't get the benefit of hearing the speakers. I know that I just want to emphasize a lot of our children still live in poverty, and this agreement, while it may not be perfect in many ways, it certainly will improve resources available for the people who work at the community level, and the resources are needed. And so I'm speaking in support of this agreement, and I hope other chiefs will do so as well. I think if the government changes and we get a conservative government, that this thing could just fall by the wayside, and we may not get this opportunity again through negotiation or litigation. I think there'd be a tough fight ahead with the Department of Justice lawyers, and so I would ask the chiefs to join with me and others and support this agreement. Thank you so much.
Miigwech, Chief. Okay, so on that, we will begin this afternoon with the first panel. The panel is entitled Navigating Diverse Regional Perspectives. There are 6 panelists on this panel, and I will invite them to come and join us on the stage. So I am now inviting Kelly Provost, Frank Daniels, AFN Neil Purley, Tobic First Nation, Michael Miller, Karen Pelletier, Raymond Shingoose, Saskatchewan. And those panelists will briefly present regional perspectives, and I will ask for the timer to be put up on the screen for each of them. We respectfully ask them to reduce the time to, instead of 1 hour, to 45 minutes. So I don't see any panelists coming on the mic on the stage. Yes, you're very welcome to please join us on the stage. So, and I thank you very much for your comprehension about the time and the short time we have in front of us. So you are 6, like 45 minutes. We'll put 7 minutes for each. So 7 minutes on the timer for each panelist, please. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your help managing the time. I will respectfully maybe get up and get by near you when you speak if you're near the 7 minutes, just to indicate that it might be a very good time to conclude your presentation. On that, I have a list here. Not sure if it's in the right order. No, it's not. Okay, so who's first? Frank Daniels. So Frank Daniels from Manitoba will be the first to speak. Can I ask you, do you prefer to speak at your place, or maybe it's a better place here to see everyone, if you're okay with standing? Thank you very much. So 7 minutes, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank Daniels. Bonjour, Nijaganiduk, Denaway Maganiduk, Frank Daniels, Dejnakaz, Saiging Dunji. I'm the executive director for our agency. Saiging First Nation is one of the 3 largest populations in Manitoba. We have a band population over 9,000 people, of which 3,800 reside in the community itself. Our community is comprised of Treaty 1, Treaty 3, and Treaty 5. I want to first acknowledge the territory that we gather on today. I also want to acknowledge the plaintiffs whose panel was before ours. We recognize their stories. We recognize the traumas that they've gone through, because unfortunately, we hear those stories every day as technicians. So we can relate to the stories that they were sharing, but it's important to also note that in no way should this agreement not be passed today, that won't impact the compensation rollouts, because those will begin to roll out in December of this year. I want to talk from the perspective of Manitoba. Manitoba is ground zero for children in care. Our province has a population of 1.2 million. That's less than the province of the city of Vancouver alone. Yet we, as you heard Chief Munias yesterday, we have a population of over 10,000 kids in care based on the reaction of a tragedy of a child death years ago. Workers were working from a fear-based approach, not being able to think outside the box, but rather to cover themselves. And the easiest solution was to bring kids into care rather than think strategically about how to keep kids at home and to keep families together. Well, that's all changed. What's allowed us to happen over this last little while with this increase in funding that we never got before in terms of prevention was to look strategically at how we can keep kids and families together. Unfortunately, the model that's being proposed, and I can say, like, I speak from my own agency. I have colleagues in Manitoba that have their own unique issues working with multiple communities and trying to stick handle several different leadership groups. And I don't envy that at all, because that's a task in of itself. But I'm fortunate enough, based on the size of our community and the population that we serve, I have a good working relationship with our leadership group. And I can't see us not working together going forward. But it's disheartening to hear, as a technician, when statements are made about us as technicians taking kids into care because a single mom works 2 or 3 jobs. That's not First Nation service providers doing those types of things. I can affirm with my colleagues from across the nation, that is not our practice. And you're probably speaking about a non-Indigenous agency whose practices those are. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Statements are made about not disrespecting people, but statements like that have a ripple effect. And I just wanted to clear the air about that. That said, I also wanted to talk about basically how the overrepresentation of kids by the region, considering determining the funding allocations. We understand some nations are aware of their specific funding allocations, but many are still left in the dark and expected to vote on this afternoon. I heard it this morning in the Manitoba caucus room. Several of the chiefs in there didn't know what their allocations were going to be. Late last week, Appendix 10 was released, which states the eligibility criteria for First Nations must meet before entering into a funding agreement under ISK's risk assessment. This means that there are going to be 2 areas where ISK will assess prior and issuing funding to a nation. Canada is going to control how, if, and when you receive your funding. Furthermore, of the $47.8 billion, $226 million of that does not flow to you as nations or to the children and the families. Instead, this is tied up by oversight, governance, and dispute resolutions related to the FSA. To ensure each region's needs are reflected in the reform of First Nations CFS, and based on what I've opened my comments with, being ground zero for children in care, it's imperative that each region have its own agreement that speaks to the diversity and the unique needs of each nation in that region. Regional representation on RIC is not enough to ensure the needs of each nation facing complex issues concerning children and families and being adequately funded. Regional reps on RIC can be removed by the four parties, AFN, Canada, COO, and NAN, by way of a unanimous vote. This provision creates the ability for the four parties to control membership of the RIC while stripping other members of the same power. This is not true equitable representation on RIC. It can be considered fear-based representation due to the risk of removal by the four parties. Having said that, we keep hearing about the baseline funding for agencies. I've asked this question at every session that I've attended as they're rolling out the FSA, and prior to that, when we were in Montreal, they talk about least disruptive measures. LDM is our acronym. We're bad for acronyms, I apologize for that. But LDM, or least disruptive measures, didn't exist. That language didn't exist in 22-23. So how are they be able to tell us or inform us as agencies what our LDM funding looks like when the language didn't exist? Lastly, you had heard by one of the staffers' legals that the orders on post-majority support services ended in March 2023. That order may have ended, however, they continue to support post-majority. It's common knowledge that post-majority funding will be provided at the community levels in the next fiscal year, April 2025. And as an agency, to be proactive so that we can allow ourselves a transition time if our community chooses to want it.
I will now ask you to please conclude briefly.
I lost my train of thought. As a proactive measure to ensure that there's a transition, because we owe it to these young people, as an agency, we submitted a CHRT claim for post-majority service for the next fiscal year, 24-25. So these are all indicators that they're going to support it. And in my opinion, again, I think it's a fear tactic that post-majority supports will end if you don't, agree to this agreement. So those are the things I wanted to share from a Manitoba perspective. Being ground zero, we need a regional agreement that reflects us as Manitoba and all our unique needs. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Just a reminder that we ask all panelists, all speakers to please be respectful of their time allotted and agreed upon by the chiefs and the proxies in assembly. And every panelist, each of them will have 7 minutes. And the next panelist invited to the podium is Karen Pelchier. And Madame Pelchier will use the time of her colleague, Raymond Shingus. He agreed to not speak, so we acknowledge his presence. Thank you for being here, but he gives his time to Karen Pelchier. So I will ask for the timer to be put at 14 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Tansei, Anin. My name is Karen Pelchier. My real name is Esquia Kapibin Masqua. I'm from the Kizigoose First Nation in the area known as Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 area, our First Nations lands, our Turtle Island. So I just want to say miigwech to the Keteak who this morning provided prayers, as well as miigwech to all of you for all the work you've been doing, the chiefs, the experts, the plaintiffs, lawyers, everyone. Miigwech. Thank you very much. And also want to acknowledge the territory beyond the Bloods and the Blackfoot and the Sarcee. Their correct names in their languages, I'm sorry, I apologize. I cannot say them because I would not say them properly. I am not a social worker. I am not one of the child welfare Family Services directors. I am Director of Child Welfare Social Development for FSIN. I get my mandate from the First Nation chiefs. It's their mandate I must follow. I report to them. That's how I operate as an FSIN director. Just to let you know about how we work in the region called Saskatchewan, which is, again, too, our treaty areas. Our agencies and our non-affiliated agencies are all part of the FSIN framework and the structure and how we work. They are our experts. We listen to them. Is everything perfect? Mats, Namoya? No, it's not. We argue, we fight, we agree, we come to some kind of consensus. But our agencies recognize that our chiefs are the people who are the leaders for their First Nations. I'm not going to say community, it's our First Nations. So this is something that we always remember. As well, there's something else that we always have to remember as we approach this work. I just don't deal with the agencies, I also deal with MSS, which is the Ministry of Social Services in Saskatchewan, and beyond that, because our children are right across Turtle Island and internationally. We must remember that our on-reserve is different from our off-reserve, that in our area, our agencies have a relationship with the First Nations, and that relationship can sometimes be rocky, but it has been going on for 30+ years. As well, our work as technicians, and that's what I consider myself, a technician, is to ensure that our chiefs are fully informed so they can make the best informed decision for their children and all the generations to come. That's what my job is, and I try to give as much information as I can. And the fact that we even had ISK through Lisa Legault come and speak to our chiefs last night and answer a lot of questions. This is a precedent-setting agreement, and you must forgive me, I do have a slight lisp, so there's certain words that probably will not come out right, as it has been mentioned many times here. So the chiefs, you all must ensure that you fully address the concerns of all our nations. I know you speak for your own nation, but the reality is any decision made by you when you're sitting here affects all the children across Turtle Island. The point of the agreement is to end discrimination against our children who are in care, as well as end discrimination against First Nations and those agencies that serve them. I'm just going to give you an example here. The social transfer for province and territories is set at a 3% escalator. For health, it is set at a 6% escalator. In this agreement under Section 34, it is 2%. This is discrimination. That is not acceptable. That percentage has to go up. We can't settle for less. We've always settled for less, and it's about time that we don't. It's about time when it comes to our children. When it comes to our children and it comes to our nations, that we demand that we get what is right. We have the highest population growth as compared to the rest of the Canadians. Why isn't that taken into consideration when we're talking about this? Why isn't it in the agreement? As well, the other one, we're all fighting amongst ourselves, and I hear it constantly here. But the reality, ISK in Canada, internal reform, that's what's needed. We don't need AFN and everybody else kind of thing monitoring what the relationship between First Nations and their agencies. The reform has to be internally to ISK. They're the ones discriminating based upon a system. That system must be addressed. Why is it not addressed in this agreement? Why is it only limited to one page? Why are they trying to remove an independent, and I have to say this is all what we've always said about the Expert Advisory Committee. All the regions put forward names. These are the best in the country. Their expertise, both on governancy, their expertise on education, their expertise in social work. We brought them together, and now they're not even being listened to. They can do that. They can work with ISK. They can work independently. Let's keep them. We have the best. We shouldn't settle for less. The other important thing here is to remember that First Nations and agencies, you do have to work together. Agreement or no agreement, you must, especially with these prevention dollars. Prevention is 3 different levels right now that's set out. It's primary, it's secondary, and it's tertiary. Primary includes workshops, cultural events, recreation activities. Secondary is home visits, mentoring, reunification, making sure that families can stay together. Okay, that's what the thing is, making sure children can stay, that children can actually practice their inherent right to their culture, to their language, to their foods, to everything they deserve to know about who they are. That's what we need. We don't need them to learn another language. And a lot of our children, I hear this from people, is that a lot of our children are in homes where they're learning another language. That's great and dandy, but they should be learning their own language. So that's really important that everybody works together, because we know that overlap is going to be in secondary between agencies and First Nation. And it's very important that everybody works together. Please remember, chiefs, you're being asked to take the dollars for prevention to build your capacity from the dollars being provided right under preventative services. There's another concern here when it comes to the money under the First Nations rep. I love what Ontario's getting, way to go, good job, but that can be easily applied across Canada. Right now, the floor, I can't remember if it's 70,000 or 75. Yeah, that amount, you can't even hire somebody to do a job properly. That's not even a staff of a position. You are going to be underfunding somebody. We are already hearing this. People are having 2 jobs, one for a First Nation rep and something else, because it's not enough money to have somebody do that job. You got to remember, they need an office, they need a vehicle, there could be legal fees involved here, travel involved. 75,000, 70,000, that isn't even enough. 100,000 isn't even enough. But yet we have the stuff that Ontario has done with this, and great, let's use it. We have to be equal. We have to actually support each other in this. Let's not make it about us saying, like, you know, this is ours, that's not the way we were. It's not the way we were. We always shared, and we have to go back to that. One of the big things that we're pushing for here is statutory funding promises. They're saying that the Canada is saying, yeah, at the 10-year mark, we'll look at this. Why? You do it for everybody else. You hurry money over to Ukraine, you hurry money over here, but we're told to wait 10 years? We know that they can do it. Let's get them to do it. Let's get this locked in, and let's quit talking about programs. Programs the Canadian government and any government can cut. This is exactly like policing. This is a service that is needed. This has to be permanent. We have to be secure in the funding that you're getting, that it isn't changed by every government that is coming across. It has to be confirmed. And just remember where this funding is coming from. It's coming from our natural resources as First Nations people. It is a fiduciary responsibility of the federal government. We have inherent and treaty rights. They have to remember that. And we have to constantly always remind them of that. That's where it's coming from. It's your money already. Your money that you're bargaining for. So why settle? I also just want to say that I'm not going to use my 14 minutes kind of thing, or I'm actually 4 minutes and 15 seconds and counting down here. It's very important, chiefs, to think very hard about everything, and I know you've been doing it because this has been going on for years and years and years kind of thing. It's 1/3 of my life, so to be honest, but I've been watching this from the outside, and what I've been hearing is the fact is we're fear-mongering and saying the Conservatives. Well, look at who we're fighting right now. Who were we fighting? We were fighting the Liberals. So the thing is, we're always fighting, right? We're always fighting to get what is rightfully ours. It doesn't matter which government is in place, kind of thing. The reality is we're always fighting. And the thing is, we always win when we go forward. We win at the CHRT, we're winning at federal court. Let's continue to be winners for the sake of our children. Miigwech, Taniki, Mercy Chow.
Miigwech, Karen Pelchier. So on that, we will now invite to the podium Neil Purley. You have up to 7 minutes. Miigwech.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, chiefs, proxies, regional chiefs. I'm not sure if I'm going to need to hold some minutes as well. A lot of stuff has been reiterated by my colleagues. From New Brunswick, we've been doing child welfare for 30 years, child protection. We just started doing prevention after the CHRT ruling came out. The money rolled out slowly. We didn't have any programs. We didn't have any capacity. We didn't have any infrastructure. We didn't have any plan for prevention. So when the money started rolling out, we started thinking about what we could provide to our children. We could use this so that we don't have to take them into care. So we started getting money, and a lot of the stuff was based on actuals as we were progressing. And then, you know, that was going on across the country. And I think yesterday I stated that there were huge jumps in the amount of money Canada was spending on First Nation Child and Family Services. And it went from 600,000 to 1.2 billion to 1.4 billion. Those jumps were because of prevention. And then in 2020, they put a cap on prevention. 250,000, 2,500 per individual on the First Nation. And then what was the growth rate? 1.2% in the amount of child and family services funded. That is funded. I know we heard that this is about a funding structure, but it's not just the funding. It's the transfer from Canada, not only the funding, but the responsibility and the liabilities of child and family services. They are transferring that to us. And they're not providing adequate funding for that. One of the presenters today said that, you know, this funding is capped at $47.9 billion. But where we currently stand under the CHRT orders is funding at actuals, with the exception of prevention. Capital is funded at actuals. Under this agreement, capital is capped. Not only that, ISC has to approve your plan to implement any funding or any capital projects that you want or that you need for your communities. But under the CHRT 41, it's funded at actuals. A lot of the, and then I heard, you know, yesterday, I think someone said that, you know, if you want to provide funding for your children off reserve, you can enter into jurisdiction. Well, my First Nation is doing pursuing jurisdiction. This agreement, the way it's structured, is impacting the negotiations of our jurisdiction. Because Canada is following the funding allocations under this instead of looking at a needs-based program. Actuals is a needs-based program. We're being told that if we want to do prevention for our children that live off the First Nation, the cap is whatever the cap is for prevention. Another item is the actuals for child protection, since we do our own child protection. Under this agreement, that's going to be capped as your baseline, which you also have to take your operations out of. What happens if you have a special needs child and you have them in care and your budget is only a certain fixed amount? Well, you have to take that either from prevention or you have to take it from operations. We've had several children within our community that can cost us anywhere between $500 to $1 million. And I looked at our initial budget, thanks to Chief, and we're actually getting a 30% decrease in our funding from what we budgeted last year and this year. So, you know, this agreement is not perfect, but it does impact our children. And if we can't provide services, then it is us that are doing the discrimination to our own children because we can't fund or provide those services to them. So Canada gets out of doing the discrimination and puts it on us. That is not right, and that is a shame. Thank you.
Miigwech for that. So we will now turn to our next speaker, Kelly Provost. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Oki nixokoweks nistoana kok mia nistikana soi. So that means hello, my friends. I am sparks in a fire. So my name is Kelly Provost. So I'm from Piikani Nation. I just want to share, like with Provost. Yeah, when I went to Montreal in July, everyone, that's not how you say Provost. Go back home where they say Provo. You know, our elders say, no, are you a Provo? You're a Pro. So there's different ways, but we Provost. So then the French say Provo. So anyhow, so yeah, it's a very huge honor. It's a huge honor to speak to all of you, all chiefs and proxies. It's very, your time is very valuable. I know it was very stressful and just seeing a lot of stress with what's happening, and it's a big decision. So I just kind of wanted to start off with, I appreciate, when I shared about that name, that name was given to me by an elder, and I want to kind of go back to, like with Cindy Blackstock, what she always shares. She says, we always need to honor that. So when you think of, when you do this, like think of, all these elders that we have, these elders in our communities, elders that we've lost. And that's kind of, as what I've learned is, sort of Blackfoot, we call them Gastanonics, our grandparents. We need to, and that's something too that I found, have we really considered that, like with this, in utilizing our elders, utilizing our, our grandmothers and our grandfathers to help, okay, is this a good decision? Is it a proper decision to make sure that this is going to help the kids and families we work for? Because, and then also the other thing I remember with Cindy Blackstock, she mentioned that we can do so much more for our children. We can always, and that's always something that I've been inspired to. How can we help? How can our role, like in Blackfoot, our role is to be a helper. We're there to help children. We're there to teach them to become helpers. So when they're older, they can take care of, of their own families in a proper way. And, I just wanted to, I've worked in this role for 23 years, and this time I've been able to, work with these systems and basically it always goes back to our cultural ways, our cultural, spiritual ways. That's always the strength. And, in time we've been fortunate to now we can do longitudinal research, longitudinal studies to prove that teaching kids culture, language, identity, that's the most successful tool that's going to help them with becoming successful in their future. So, I just wanted to kind of share about, with all this, like an elder, it was Leonard Weasel Traveler, he just said, we have so much, like right now, it's a Western perspective, so we need to kind of change that and go back to our elders. Okay, what's a good perspective that we can utilize to help our children, help our families with this? And, and I always go back to that. So when I share that, in the 23 years, I've seen children, when we utilize that component, when they have that basis, they finish high school, they finish college, and that's, it's a real honor to get to, that we get to work for these kids, and seeing them become successful and seeing them do well. And, another elder, it was Eldon Weaselchild, he said, our role is to teach these kids so they can be elders. So that's kind of what I wanted to, that these, that's our role so these kids can learn that. And, I just also wanted to share about, with our, with protocols, and there's so many things. So that's something I think hasn't been utilized. We've also had, with the youth panel, that's something that hasn't been utilizing because we have so many young people that have been successful through the system, and it always goes back to culture. When you rely on cultural ways and you rely on, utilizing that component, and that's something that needs to be utilized. So I guess when it comes to, like, we need to take some time. We need to really take our time because, it was mentioned that, treaties, we rushed through treaties and look what happened. So that's proof right there that, when we rush through treaties, look what happened to our people. So, and I think just taking, it's, and that's one thing I know that our elders are telling us, we need to take our time to properly, learn from them and make sure, okay, what's the best decision to help these children? And, when it comes to that, I just think of that, that's always the basis, because we have so many, there's so many things with these youth now, like we're dealing with now opioid addictions, and basically what's happening now in our, across everywhere, we're seeing opioid addictions where parents, they drop dead, and then what are we going to do? Are we going to utilize this provincial system, or are we going to utilize now with this new funding? And so there's so much that comes out of this, and that's kind of, just to think that we do need to take time and just know too, like it's not, funding wise, again, it was shared, the fiduciary responsibility is, right now it won't affect our funding because they still have to fund, and currently we're slowly making a lot of progress, and that's the good thing is, you see a lot of reserves, we're starting to develop our own our own databases, our own, utilizing technology. And that's something that's allowing us, through the system. I've seen over the years, we haven't been able, years back, we couldn't do that for children. And now we can really make changes, and it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of work. And, just if we can really work together, just to take, it sounds like, we can't keep waiting and waiting, but we should take our time, because this is something it's going to take years. Like even when it comes to C92, that's something realistically, that's going to take years. So in this funding, I think we need to kind of just really think, is this the best decision? Is this going to help? And what's going to happen in 10 years? I'll be in my 50s in 10 years. So, and a lot of people will be, retired. But I just think, with these kids in the long run, what's the best way to help them? Because again, we want those kids, we want to see them up here. We want, and there's still such a low rate of these kids, they're not, hard for them to complete high school, and even for them to complete university. So I just think of that, that's the next thing, is how can we get all those kids, because they deserve that. And, when you think of that decision, how can we do that so these kids can finish high school, they can become successful, they can become taxpayers, they can, do all that. So, I just think there's so much more that we can do, and it just, that's, my time is running out. They said 7 minutes, so I think that's all I have to share, but thank you for your time. I appreciate you all.
Miigwech, thank you so much. Our next speaker, Richard Gray. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you. Merci, Wina.
Wali giskig am said when Ninoe Talawizin Richard Gray listed Gujilnu, am said Nogama. So all my relations, my brothers and sisters, leadership, elders, I want to acknowledge the panel that was here before us. I want to thank you for sharing your stories with us. My thoughts and my heart go out to you all. And I hope, really hope, and I ask the Creator that life be made easier for you and your family and your loved ones. And everybody here in Assembly. So thank you, leadership, for giving us this opportunity to speak with you, to do some sharing. I'm a manager of social services from a First Nations organization that was created by the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador chiefs. So we're a health and social services commission. Prior to me being employed with this organization, I was a director of social services in my community. I was also an elected band council member, so I do have some political experience at the same time. I'm going to talk to you about a couple of matters. One mainly relates to governance and this final settlement agreement. I don't think it's a surprise to you. You heard from our interim regional chief, Lance Heyman. He shared with you that we had sent a letter to the national chief and the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada that the Quebec collective position was that we weren't supportive of the final settlement agreement for a couple of reasons. And I think our chief did a great job explaining why. I think I'd just like to reinforce a couple of his messages that he shared with you. The final settlement agreement, don't you find it ironic today that chiefs were being asked to vote on this final settlement agreement, and you will decide the fate of it? But let's say, for instance, you decide that the final settlement agreement moves forward. Show me where it's written in this final settlement agreement. There's accountability coming back to you as leadership. Show me, someone show me. Lawyers are in the room. You won't be able to show it to me because it's not written in the final settlement agreement. And for me, I'm sorry, but I think that's shameful. I heard leadership say that they're the ones on the front line taking care of their communities. And I acknowledge your work. I think it's important, and I want to salute you on that. But I think that moving forward, chiefs have to have a voice moving forward in the final settlement agreement, and it's not there in this version. The signing parties are there for the next 10 years. They are the ones who are the guardians of this agreement, not you. Think about that. You heard a recent amendment say that yes, they're going to allow voice and room for leadership on this reform implementation committee. 15 reps. Your voice is regulated to providing recommendations. Look at sections 398, 399, and 400. You'll see what I mean. There's Appendix 10 and Appendix 2. Those two appendices, it's Canada and the signing parties that will decide on any changes that happen to them. And any changes to this final settlement agreement is by the signing parties only, not you. You have no voice in that. If I were chief, I wouldn't accept that. Another reason why Quebec is not supportive of the final settlement agreement is because it's not taking into consideration our regional governance processes. We have plans to take over responsibilities, federal responsibilities. We also have plans to put in place data and information regional governments entities in our region. Those are our projects, collective self-governing, self-determining projects by our chiefs, by our leadership. This FSA does not take into consideration our regional collective needs in that regard. It's not written anywhere in the FSA. And when AFN leadership, Canada, came to present at our engagement sessions, we shared that. Nothing came back to us in the reviewed, the amendments that have been proposed. Finally, I want to talk to you a little bit about C-92. Where is C-92 in this final settlement agreement? Can someone show me where C-92 is in this agreement? Why is C92 not being mentioned here at all? It talks about Section 35, it talks about UNDRIP, but where's C92? It's not in the principles. Why? You know, Section 12 and Section 13 of C92 say that communities, Indigenous governing bodies can play a role, they have a role in terms of providing representation to their members on and off reserve. But Canada, through this program, wants to restrict funding only to on reserve. So that means that if someone knocks on your door, says, hey, I need help in your communities, and they're off community through no fault of their own because there's lack of housing, for instance, the province is ready to take them into care, their children. No one's there to help them from your community, but they come knocking on your community. Well, Section 12 and 13 allow you as an Indigenous governing body to go help them. But Canada wants to restrict our funding to total on-reserve population. But yet C92 says that communities, Indigenous governing bodies can give help to their members off communities. Isn't that ironic why C92 is not mentioned in this FSA? Anyways, Chiefs, that's a shortcoming as well regarding the final settlement agreement and C92. C92 promotes prevention. We've been told this final settlement agreement promotes prevention. So why is it not mentioned there? I think it has to do with the fact that Canada wants to restrict us and keep funding to on reserve. But C92 says that we should be providing services to all our members, irregardless of where they are. And you don't need a law to do that. Those are principles that apply today. So on that note, my brothers and sisters, I conclude. I wish you a great day and peace and love.
Miigwech Richard Gray. And now our last panelist, I will invite Finn Andy. Over to you.
Okay, that's okay. Thanks, Rena. Okay, I just went through a name change, so my last name is actually Simard. So my full name is Finn Simard, so thank you, everybody. I have a PowerPoint that I think Graham is going to pull up for me. Okay, great. So next slide, please, Graham. Okay, so I'm just here to provide a quick technical overview. Michael Miller has graciously allowed the Chiefs of Ontario technical staff to step in as the official Ontario technical representative because that is what is true to our First Nation governance process in Ontario, and that is why we have, instead of an AFCO representing First Nations in Ontario, we have the Chiefs of Ontario representing First Nations in Ontario. So thank you very much, Michael Miller, for your support. So what is the social sector at Chiefs of Ontario? We are a strategic and technical information unit. We help make technical information available to the Chiefs Committee on Social at Chiefs of Ontario, the Social Sector Coordination Unit, and Leadership Council at Chiefs of Ontario. So this gives you a bit of an idea of what our process looks like at COO. The COO social sector work is also guided by the Leadership Council portfolio holder for social services, Grand Chief Joel Abram. The Chiefs Committee on Social is comprised of one representative plus an alternate from all of the regions, the PTOs, the IFN, the Independent First Nations, and the Six Nations of the Grand River, which is the largest First Nation in Canada. The SSU takes a similar structure, but instead it includes the directors of social from all of those regions. The goal overall for Chiefs of Ontario is to ensure all children, youth, families, and communities thrive in happy and wholesome environments. As well, the Chiefs of Ontario also supports all First Nations in Ontario as they assert their own sovereignty, their own jurisdiction, and their own expression of nationhood. So next slide, slide 4, please. So what is the goals of Chiefs of Ontario in this FSA? Some of our technical goals for Chiefs of Ontario have been primarily self-determination. So how First Nations choose to assert themselves, assert their jurisdiction, assert their self-determination. Our goal has been to implement and enable that in the FNCFS program specifically. So we support our rights holders, the rights holders of First Nations communities. It is really up to the First Nations self-determining governments to determine the impacts of any and all agreements to their communities. The next slide, please. So our next goal is jurisdiction. First Nations should also have full jurisdiction over the First Nation Child and Family Services Program. This means that they should have autonomy to run the program as they see fit. It should respond to their unique needs and priorities as well. Jurisdiction also means that a First Nation may want to enter the realm of service delivery, and they should be enabled to do so under this program. It is our technical advice that this agreement does achieve this goal of reaching First Nation jurisdiction into the program. Please be advised, though, that jurisdiction relating to other matters outside of the FNCFS program is not applicable in this current context for the FNCFS program. Okay, next slide, please. So our third goal is to prevent and reduce the number of First Nations children in care. Since 1979, COO has been advocating and advancing First Nation social services. Each resolution from COO has called to prevent and reduce the number of First Nations children in care through innovative service delivery models, such as community-based prevention services, band rep services, and customary care. Also, our political and technical work has also asked that agencies in the provinces provide the number of First Nations children in both provincial and First Nation care. So how many children are in care has been our goal for probably the last 8 or 10 years. And regrettably, both have not provided Chiefs of Ontario or First Nations with an answer. So we're still waiting. The third goal, next slide please, our fourth goal, is to resource the communities directly. So like Stuart said earlier, the final agreement enables First Nation communities to receive 1/3 of this funding directly to their nations and directly into their ISK regional office agreements. So your direct agreement that you have with ISK, it should be easy enough for them to send in your prevention funding here. The First Nations, through this agreement, are enabled to seek full prevention funding, First Nation rep services, remoteness funding, 50-50 emergency split, and information and technology, as well as household supports funding, which is a rebrand of what IFSD called poverty funding. As well, there is CPI will be the inflation that's used, so it's based on the actual inflation of Canada, not at a capped rate of 2%. There is also some things that we've heard that there is money floating around that is in external organizations that's not being used for prevention funding, and we see that as sort of a weakness in service delivery and a weakness in being able to implement and enable First Nation jurisdiction, and as well as being able to reach those children and families that should be serviced with that funding that's in external accounts by these external organizations. Liability, the First Nations are able to use their general insurance for liability. That is something that you are able to do through prevention services. If your First Nation decides to take on protection services mandated by the provinces, then that's up to you, and you'll have to rework your insurance and as well as your coordination agreements. And the RIC restructuring, the Chiefs of Ontario, we provided a few of our seats to we actually had 4 seats, as you all know, and we really tried to make it as much of a First Nation thing as possible, so we tried to do that. I just have a few more slides here. I'm very sorry to take up a bit of extra time. This means that First Nations will receive direct allocations and will be enabled to determine how their service delivery approaches will roll out. So you're enabled to do that. Next slide, please. So just to paint you sort of a profile of Ontario, First Nations will all be on equal footing for service delivery. In Ontario, First Nations delivering social assistance, there's only, out of 133, there's only 88 communities. In this program, you will all be enabled at the same level to deliver this program, so you're not going to be on a tiered level of service, you'll all be on the same level, whereas in other services, it's tiered, application-based, and hard to get through, so everybody will have that. As well, yes, So that is a really big improvement, I think, for everybody to be on the same footing and having the same starting place, because that is essentially what equity is having the same starting place and being elevated to a certain level. So that does sort of talk about equity there. Next funding, please. Sorry. Okay, let's see. I think I'll just go to our next slide here for does the FAA reach these goals? Next slide. Yes, so the Chiefs of Ontario and our advisory committees empower Chiefs of Ontario to recommend this FSA. Canada has not made a coup support this FSA, like some folks have suggested. Canada, our Chiefs of Ontario supports and recommends this final settlement agreement because we truly do see the material impacts that it will have to First Nations. These material impacts, and these are significantly different from the theoretical and academic assumptions that are out there that are being propelled by our proponents. And it's COU's technical recommendation that the agreement reaches our goals of preventing and reducing the number of First Nations children in care, enabling First Nations self-determination and jurisdiction over the FNCFS program, and resourcing communities directly. And then I had a few more slides, but I'll just send it to AFN and they can put it on their website so you can look at it later. Okay, thank you.
Chimigwich, Finn. So, and thank you, Chimigwich, to all panelists that came here on the stage and provided their perspectives. It's very appreciated. And we have gifts for you from the AFN, so we will give them to you. But Finn, since you went longer than expected, we don't have a gift. No. I'm kidding, I'm really kidding, because I know him. But of course, we will have something. So thank you very much. On that, I will turn the floor over to my dear colleague, Adam. Thank you.
Miigwech, Wina, and thank you to all of the presenters, the panelists dealing with navigating the diverse regional perspectives. So we are still a little bit behind. Originally, we were going to deal with resolutions at 1 o'clock. It's after 2 o'clock, and the changes that we made this morning added some agenda items, which we were glad to entertain. And so we have one more agenda item that we were supposed to have completed by 12 o'clock. So what we did was we asked everybody if we'd sort of condense time a little bit, and we've done that with everyone. So the next agenda item, I'm going to invite Dr. Cindy Blackstock to come up. Initially on the agenda, we had her for 20 minutes and then 30 minutes of Q&A. But we know that chiefs have asked, are we getting to the resolutions? So everybody was asked to be mindful if we can condense it, but definitely do not go over time. So with that, we're just finishing up on stage here. I am going to invite Dr. Blackstock. We'll have a little timer running here for our own internal purposes, and I'll give it to her to make the presentation, and we'll see how it goes with the Q&A. So with that, Dr. Cindy Blackstock.
Thank you. Thank you to the AFN, to the co-chairs, to the chiefs, to the elders, to the young people, and to our veterans. You know, I've got a bit of a PowerPoint, but I'm just going to begin with a couple of messages. I agree with the message of unity. We need to have unity for every First Nations child across this country to finally be free of the chains of discrimination by the Government of Canada now and forever. Forever. But that unity also requires us to meet the two things for the tribunal. One is the services have to be culturally appropriate. Second, those services have to respect the distinct circumstances of the child. Therefore, difference is good. Difference is good. And we can do it. We can create something that ensures Canada is accountable, but also provides for that difference at a community level and beyond. I share my regards to the panel who plaintiffs from the class action. They have lived the experience of the hardship of Canada's discrimination, and you have many more children and young people and families like that back home. I heard them say that they're worried that their compensation might be linked to this. I can provide them one little bit of peace. There is no link between the vote that you will take today and the compensation. There is no link. I also want to pay my respects to Phil Fontaine, who will follow me. And for that reason, I'm going to make sure I'm on time, not only for the co-chairs so that they don't have to have an extra link on me. Phil Fontaine was National Chief when we filed this. I want to pay my respects to the other National Chiefs that are in this room. Matthew Kuncum is here. Ovid Mercredi is here. And I want to say to every First Nations child and young people, and young person who is here, and those who are in care, that this is love for you in this room. This is love for you in this room. And there are many more people who care about you on the outside. My colleagues respectively called this just a program, but this isn't a program. This is about children's legal rights. Their right to be free of Canada's discrimination. Their right to be a First Nations child who speaks their language. Their right to be a First Nations child who grows up in their community and knows their culture. This is a case about legal rights that we have won for them and had them affirmed, and that's what this is about. This is not about a program. My colleagues went through many of the issues I'm going to do, so thankfully I can be shorter. And with that, I'll ask you to bring up the PowerPoint and we'll dive right into it. As much as possible, because this is a very important decision for chiefs, I want to provide backup for what I'm saying. I don't want you to have to just rely on me. Next slide, please. I want to disclose to you that we are a party at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. I want to recommend that you do what you've always done. I've been so impressed over the summer to see, without any funding, First Nations have gone through this agreement with their legal and with their experts, and they've done their best to understand it. But frankly, I think Canada should pay you back for that. Because where is Canada? They're the ones that did this discrimination, and they were nowhere around here. They had a duty to consult. They ought to have fulfilled that. We're independent and apolitical organization, but we will be making representations at the tribunal should it go forward. Next slide. This is a clause 379 that suggests that the signing parties are going to promote the agreement in order to procure the endorsement of this by First Nations leadership. The reason that we've heard some statements that no, this isn't operable, but I don't understand that, because after you make this decision today, there's no decision role for you if you approve this agreement. It all goes to a Reform Implementation Committee. If this is approved by the tribunal's gone. So this agreement only takes force after the tribunal approves it, so I'm not sure why this paragraph would even be in there. Next slide. Here's some stuff that was just coming for you. This was an incomplete agreement, it still is, but here's some pieces that you may not have seen. Appendix 10, the terms and conditions that we just talked, my colleagues talked about. Sections on capital. There's a tripartite agreement for Ontario. There's also the FSA party amendments that they propose. Those are new things. If you don't have them to inform your decision making, you ought to get them. Next slide. But there's still missing pieces. The alternative dispute resolution mechanism says there's enabling legislation. Canada says, oh, we're not providing a copy now. That will come after the chiefs approve it. Well, why don't they have that now? That's a critical decision for chiefs. The provincial territorial agreements, when Canada's providing money to these provinces to serve your kids, why aren't those attached to this so that you can see them? You can be a part of them. They are accountable to you. Next slide. 3 paths. We've talked about, well, Canada won't agree to that. Well, Canada hasn't agreed to a lot of stuff in this case, let me tell you. We've had over 30 legal orders in this case. We got capital. Canada said, no, we're never doing that. We went to the tribunal and we got an order and we got capital. They said, oh, First Nations children for Jordan's Principle, it's on reserve and Indian Act. Through your direction, we were asked to go and press that further. We got an order from the tribunal and said recognition by your nation on and off reserve for Jordan's Principle. So if Canada doesn't agree to something, that's one thing. We try to get them to agree and implement those agreements. But if not, there's 2 other tools in the tool chest. This is a legal proceeding. Canada can be held accountable before the tribunal. A motion could go to the tribunal. Second is a combination of those pieces. So we've got 3 tools in the toolkit. The FSA reflects only one of those tools. Next slide. These are the 2 steps. You know them. Approval by yourselves. If it's approved, within 30 days, the parties will bring a motion to get rid of all the tribunal's orders and the tribunal's jurisdiction and replace it with a final settlement agreement. You can participate in that process by bringing interested party status and applying for that at the tribunal if that's what you choose to do. Next slide. What do you need to know? Well, this agreement is actually already rolling out. It's 10 years, but this is year 1, so we're talking 9 years. There's nothing binding on Canada to stop the discrimination after that. The amendments say Canada will consider statutory funding in year 9. I say now's the time for the statutory funding. If you're serious and you want to deliver for the Chiefs, you bring it now. You bring it now. It hasn't discharged its duty to consult. There's no opt-out provisions. And I've just talked about the process of 30 days. Next slide. We have reviewed the agreement. We want to acknowledge that there's some strengths in the agreement. Substantive equality, putting the money in a bucket so it can't be reallocated, those are all good things. But we also feel there's structural weaknesses. My colleagues talked about that. We've been at this human rights case for 18 years. Are we going to agree to a deal that's 9 years and keep your fingers crossed after that? It's true, Canada will probably fund after that. But what level of funding and under what terms of funding? Well, that's all in their hands. This is an Indian Act-centric agreement. And we can push it so that we can at least try for our kids off reserve by extending that Jordan's Principle definition in CFS through the tribunal. The governance would mean that you as chiefs would be replaced by a committee. That committee would operate in a confidential way. They would make decisions and you would be impacted by them, but you wouldn't have any input in that. And I have to say, like, one of the Caring Society's amendment is to restore your decision-making as chiefs throughout the agreement. I never anticipated that that would even be an amendment. It was always kind of like, this is the way it's going to go down. Because these kids are your kids. And why I think it's the best for kids is because when the decision maker is in that nation and they have their own experts in the nation and they can consult with their families, better decisions are made for kids. That's why I want to see that piece there. Next slide. The governance, here it is. So for those of you who are looking at the governance, there's a Reform Implementation Committee that operates in a confidential way. It oversees 6 other committees, and many of those are bound by confidentiality agreements. The total amount spent on admin in this agreement is about $137.7 million. And you can find that in Appendix 1. Canada is also taking some of the money. We just don't know how much for its own legal fees. Next slide. Why do I think not having, one of the amendments is regional reps on that committee? Well, you can, as regions, propose representatives to that committee, but it's up to the parties to choose. And even the person you have on there, they're still bound by confidentiality. So I'm not sure how that person, as skilled and brilliant as they are, would be able to represent. So that's important to understand. And the control of this committee is set out in another appendix, Appendix 8, and I'll take you there now. Next slide. This is the section that says, makes clear that the only group that can make recommendations to Canada about the reformed policy is this committee, not you. So that's in the text of the agreement if you just want to go confirm it. The other thing is that the RIC actually has a secretariat composed of Indigenous Services employees. That's the secretariat. And everything in there is confidential, and that's spelled out in Appendix A. Next slide. What do we want to see at a caring society? We'd like you to keep your decision-making over the reformed approach. Over the 18 years of this case, we've always come back to you for the major calls. And then we got to work and we delivered on those pieces, and that's why this case has been so successful so far. I'd hear about the Supreme Court decisions that just languish. We have Delgamoot in my nation, right? But the difference with this legal case is the tribunal can order specific remedies. And that's why we have gotten about 45 billion out of this, we'll have about 45 billion protected through the tribunal's orders. And that's the difference. That's why this process is so important. We want there to be a Chiefs Committee that oversees the negotiations and oversees the implementation of it as an advisory committee that brings the key decisions to leadership. They're supported by technicians. All of this is public, and the money saved on the other committees goes to children and families. That's our proposal on governance. Next slide. Here's that, I just want to flag, here's that order, that collective win for all of us. I mean, what other case have we ever had where we had Canada obligated to fund based on First Nations recognition of their children? We won that all together, all of us, and I just want to recognize the spirit of Jordan River Anderson, because the spirits of little boys like him and little girls and little children, they have inspired that greatness. We got to build on that, what they gave us here, and make sure that this is across the board. Next slide. Now, what's the backstop? Is it all or nothing? Canada probably would like you to think that, but it's not. It's not all or nothing. We talked about the current orders. They would remain in place. Are they adequate? No. But what we could do is take more time to have an open, inclusive process that allows for a better agreement to respond to the needs of all First Nations across this country. And we would hold on to the jurisdiction of the tribunal to go back with more orders to enforce their compliance. That's an important thing. Next slide. Here are the orders. I just want you to fact check me. These are the orders that are currently in play. Next slide. So what is, what do I have to kind of back up what I'm saying? Well, the agreement in principle, and by the way, you don't have copies of the agreement in principle. They're covered by settlement privilege. But I'm here to say, as a caring society, we waive our settlement privilege on that document. And I think you should all see that document. For the record, it's waived. And I hope the other parties will follow our example. The capital order, so we got 19.8 billion over 5 years in that agreement in principle. Much of it is protected by the tribunal's orders. The capital order was rolled out in November of 2021. If you adjust that by inflation, you come to 22.5. You double it, you got 45. What's not covered, and our colleagues are right, housing is not covered by that particular agreement. But if you look closely on Appendix 1, it's only rolling out for another 3 years and then it's gone. Right? Next slide. Here's the Department of Indigenous Services. I just want to respect their copyright. This is their slide. It shows how that money is protected by the tribunal orders. You see the AIP, you look under the left-hand side, that says Tribunal Order 2022 CHRT 8. So not all the money, but most of it is protected by this. Next slide. So here is, I went to Appendix 1 and I looked at what is the current funding that is in the, considered in the FSA. If we add up all these pieces, we come up to about 4.49 billion per year, and if you times that by 10, you're at 45 billion. The difference is, under the current orders, we have the safeguard of actuals on things like capital. Next slide. So for those of you who are thinking that you'll get the money, there's a paragraph 393 that says every year the money is discretionary on Canada's parliamentary appropriations and any other approval process Canada feels is required, and that is undefined. In the terms and conditions, they're going to be doing annual risk assessments on First Nations and agencies, on your governance, your capacity, and on your finances. If you do not pass that risk assessment, they will put you on a more restrictive agreement. Next slide. That's all set out in Appendix 10. Variations for regions, well, you can ask for it, but Canada doesn't need to provide you any money to do it. That's in Section 45. Next slide. Here are the terms and conditions about that review that you're going to go through. You see that governance, accountability, finances, that's what they're going to be looking at. Next slide. So on capital, this is a fixed amount in this agreement. And if you look at Appendix 1, it starts to be a bump. I think it's $472 million next year, but it goes down to about $188 in just a few years. We asked how that money was calculated. We don't know how they came up with that fixed amount. Because what we're hearing from many of you is you've got a lot of capital projects that still need to get off the ground. And this money will be fixed. They'll roll over the existing approved processes, and then the department makes the choices about really what projects get approved. Why would you take that versus keeping your actuals orders to meet the backlog of need that you so desperately need in your communities? Next slide. People have said there's no loss for agencies. Well, there is. This is an independent expert analysis. The shortfall for agencies will be nearly $10 billion. Our thing is we want First Nations to have prevention money and capacity, but we also want agencies in their communities to be adequately funded. So this is the data. I can provide the site to the full report so you have it. Next slide. Here's that Section 383 that I just talked about that makes every year subject to this. Now, we talk about durability. If a government adverse came in here, I would just say add a specific approval process that's impossible to meet, and that would be not a breach of the agreement. That's allowed under the agreement. Next slide. So paragraph 384 says if they do this, if they go down in the money, then we can go back maybe to the federal court and get the tribunal to reopen the complaint. But I don't know what they'll be basing it on because all of their orders are going to be vacated and their jurisdiction is going to be gone. The ADR does not have jurisdiction to deal with increasing funding or systemic complaints. So I'm really concerned about how you enforce this on Canada. Next slide. So it lets Canada off the hook for a bunch of stuff because it's actually within the terms of the agreement. Canada doesn't need to provide a lot of funding in a lot of areas. We heard that this is the floor and Canada might provide more, but that's a might. There's nothing in the agreement requiring them to do more. And we won't have the tribunal's orders to make them give more. And after year 10, there's nothing to enforce because this agreement is done. Next slide. So we'll go past this one. I've got 31 minutes, so I'm going to skip right to the end. What I will say to you, Chiefs, is that I really feel that when I look at kids, I know that they're sacred. They ask, every time I look at them, I somehow become braver. I sometimes somehow become more smarter than I thought I was. And they definitely make me love like I've never loved before. They are the most sacred in all of our communities. This decision you have to take is an important one, and I respect whatever decision each of you individually makes for your nations. But I honestly stand here and tell you, and it's not easy to say, but I can't recommend this agreement because I don't think it reaches that obligation of the loving justice, as Elmer Kershane used to tell us, that our children deserve. I want to see a day when we get the discrimination stopped and it doesn't happen again, and we can get there Not in a long time. We got all the tools to be able to get there. What we need is you to be the governance body, oversee these negotiations, and we'll get it done for the kids just like we did in compensation. October 22nd is Jordan River Anderson's birthday. It's the spirit of the children like him. I hope they carry us through a good day today. I pay my respects to the parties, the children, the chiefs, the elders, the veterans, and most importantly, to all the young people and the children, now and forever. We love you and we will not give up on you. We're going to ask more of ourselves.
Miigwech, thank you very much. Dr. Cindy Blackstock, the Assembly of First Nations has a gift. So with that, Chiefs, you had allocated 20 minutes presentation and then a little bit of a Q&A, well, 30 minutes of Q&A. We are respectful of that. And Dr. Blackstock, if you can stand by, we are respectful of the fact that you did ask for a Q&A period. Now, I know that previously there was a chief at the microphone. There you go. Yes, thank you. And if we can go to microphone number 1, just a reminder, everyone has up to 4 minutes. You don't have to take the time allocation. Go ahead.
Good afternoon there, Chiefs. Chief Kelsey Jack from Cold Lake First Nation. You know, a number of our nations have had radio silence on both ISK and AFN. Well, this met with Lisa Legault. She kind of lied to me. So how am I supposed to be polite, you know, when we ask for questions? You know, when she told me to reach out to her. Well, we reached out to her already, but since the draft was first released, we have not been able to get any answers to our questions before today. Our councils and communities have not had the opportunity to consider the answers or the amendments. What is your understanding of the requirements for free, prior, and informed consent in regards to ratifying this agreement under the CHRT? And do you think this process meets the bar? I have more questions, but I'll just leave it at that.
With respect, I think it's better to ask the questions and then we'll turn it over to Dr. Blackstock.
Yeah, just room for amendments. You know, my technicians, they gave room for amendments, and then I just heard on the thing, what is it, RIOC approves amendments. You know, we have to deal with Alberta. So we're just wondering about rooms for amendments, you know, so we can go over this adequately, you know. We asked for more time, maybe push for the December assembly, but I heard that's been tossed aside. So, you know, how do we get this free, prior, informed consent? You know, when we just got our answers here today, you know, we have to inform our people. We're here, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our people and our kids. So, you know, I just want to know if there's room for amendments. So that's my question.
Just to clarify the question, room for amendments on the resolutions?
Room for amendments on the agreement.
On the agreement, okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Chief. We are not a party to the agreement. We would hope there would be a room for not only minor amendments, but substantial amendments that are recommended by the chiefs. We have put forward our amendments. We were advised by the parties that they would not entertain substantive amendments at that time. So that's all I understand. I think that question is better answered by the parties. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Gore, Nindalos at the Anzac, Delawit, Sabaganagadik. I'm from Nova Scotia, Indian Brook, Nova Scotia, and I'm here as chief proxy for Chief Michelle. And she asked me to read this. Both models have pros and cons. There's no perfect agreement. When Dr. Blackstock mentioned setting our communities up for success, this led me to the mic on behalf of Chief Michelle. Yesterday, I explained that my community is 3 kilometers from the residential school where children in Mi'kma'ki attended. I will argue my community has been impacted the most with regards to intergenerational trauma. The prevention dollars and funding has changed the narrative to my community. In the 80s, a delegated agency began to provide services that covered all 13 Mi'kmaq communities. The concept of what the agency would do was wonderful. However, as the agency began to grow, it outgrew the building that they were renting from my community of Sabaganagitic. As a result, ISK provided the agency with dollars to build another structure. Sabaganagitic was chosen for the new building because it was central, and Sabaganagitic also had a higher than normal call volume. The building was built on the land, and it is here I must point out that no referendum was done with the community to release the property to the agency. Our previous chief and council was removed from the board, an agency that which initiated a strain on relationships. The breakdown in our relationship had a domino effect, and the effect of the repercussions that negatively impacted our community and continues to impact to this day. Our leadership has asked the agency to vacate the building, and the agency complied with our band's request. Our new chief and council inherited the strained relationship. The relationship continued to break down after we decided to take our prevention dollars. And we also have our post-majority care dollars. Because we've decided to take our funding, the agency paused services to our community, and this has put our children at risk. I think all parties would agree that there's no path of healing, especially when the agency is suing our band for the building that they do not own and have no right to occupy on the land in our community. If a court does side with the agency, this will impact our community. The agency wants $2 million, and this will come from our community's revenue. This is why Sabaganagitic feels it is in the best interest to have the dollars flow to the bands, because we have been impacted and paused services where we are genuinely worried about our children's well-being. We're doing wonderful things with the prevention and post-majority care dollars. And this type of care will continue down that road because the leaders are best suited to know what our community, our parents, and children need. Our families and community members of Sabaganagitic look forward to the day of a better relationship with this agency. On behalf of the community, families, Chief and Council of Sabaganagitic, Walalan.
Thank you. So I'm not sure that there is a question, more of a general statement. Okay, thank you. What we'll do is we'll follow the same format. We'll go 1, 2, and then online. So I'm looking online. I have So we do have a number of hands that are raised, and I understand Dr. Blackstock will be making a comment, but what I'd like to do is I was already acknowledging online. I'm going, normally it's 1, 2 online, 1, 2 online. So Chief R. Don Miracle, please identify yourself, even though we know who you are. Go ahead, please, up to 4 minutes.
Chief Don Miracle, Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte. I understand that the parties probably have initialed the agreement to bring it back to the chiefs to see if the chiefs would ratify it in assembly. There seems to be a lot of discussion about the ability to negotiate additional items in this agreement. I'm told that there is no room to negotiate, and I don't. Canada would likely have to get an expanded mandate to negotiate either items, and I have no idea how long that takes or who approves that. But I'm told by our legal counsel that there's no more room for negotiation. So has the federal government said to the negotiators, they're done negotiating, this is it, take it or leave it? That's my question.
Thank you, Chief R. Don Miracle. So the question you've thrown out, Dr. Blackstock is the one taking questions right now.
And also, Chiefs, I know this is your forum and you got a big decision to make, so feel free to cut off my question period because I know that a lot of you just wanted to get down to your business. I would say about that is that I can't imagine that I can't imagine that Canada would negotiate an agreement that would affect 633 First Nations children without talking about them and then say take it or leave it. That is blackmail, frankly, in my view. And our kids are more sacred than that, and there should be amendments. They should have anticipated that as the process. And if not, we take them back to the tribunal and we deal with it that way. That's my humble view.
Thank you. We will go to microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank Chief Roy Whitney to invite us to Treaty 6 territory. My name is Wilfred Hokanusa. I'm a chief for Denala First Nation, and I'm also the Grand Chief for the North Peace Tribal Council. In my community, we have about 332 members and approximately about 1,700 people on reserve and then 1,500 people off reserve. And this agreement, the intention of this agreement is to stop discrimination. But today, we are finding ways to reach out to our members off reserve to deliver services. And I don't see anything that in that agreement that stops this discrimination. As First Nations people, we seem to have gotten away from who we really are. Why did this think all these problems that we are facing today, it's because right from the beginning of time, we have been colonized, and this Children's Services Agreement or legislation is developed by the European middle-class standards. We can't even live up to that standard. And it's not only children's services where we get discriminated on. It's other areas as well. The major one today is health. Everyone on the reserve feels the impact of the social deficiencies that exist in the community. It does not matter if you are a sober person, you have a job, have family, or being a single person. Everyone is impacted one way or another by addictions. Where do you think the addictions is coming from? It has been said at the beginning of contact, our people were exposed to addictions in the history through Hudson's Bay Company trading for fur and alcohol. We still have a lot of more work to do in the communities. It just makes me wonder how we are going to get it done. because over all the number of years, our people have
30
been
seconds.
impacted. And there's a lot of mental health that needs to be improved. It will take a long time and a lot of effort to heal our communities. Some youth grew up in a children's services system.
Thank you.
Today
Chief.
have
If you could
lost
start to
their
wrap up,
culture.
please.
Yeah. Today have lost their culture, language, and traditional knowledge. Some of the youth experience violence while in care of the very system that is supposed to protect them from harm.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Miigwech, thank you for your comments. So I didn't hear a direct question, but I'm looking to Dr. Blackstock. Is there a response? Thank you.
Chief, I want to thank you for your important points that you're raising. Two opportunities. Jordan's principle, we're actually waiting for a non-compliance order decision from the tribunal on Jordan's principle. That's going to be important for leadership to look at with their experts and technicians. And as well, I think there's a real opportunity to open up the process on any final settlement agreement on Jordan's principle so that we benefit from the expertise and the direction of chiefs across the country as we get that one. So that we set that right, it includes the best ideas, everyone's informed in that process. Another resolution that the chiefs passed in 2017 is for something called the Spirit Bear Plan. And that's to end the discrimination in education, in health, in addictions, in mental wellness, and all these areas that touch on our kids' lives. You know, this human rights case, it was historic and it was the first, but it's only important if we can bring a second. And I think the time of waiting around and hoping that Canada will do the right thing on education and these other things is over. And if necessary, litigation ought to be brought against them. And we can use, as the great Naomi Metallic has said, this is an example. Because this ending discrimination drop by drop doesn't work for our kids. They only get one childhood. This discrimination needs to end in a leap, not in a shuffle.
Thank you. And I will now close the speakers list with the final two speakers. I have one online. I also have at microphone number 1, just to stay within the time allocations that you've asked us to follow. So I'm going to go online. Chief Byron Louie, go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chief Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. You know, I have a question, you know, because, you know, what really concerns me is, you know, the amount of people that we've in all our communities have lost. A lot of that's from, you know, residential schools. It's been also by apprehension, day schoolers and all the rest. And I really need to know, do we actually, and I asked the question earlier on, we have issues of multi-generational effects, and you're well aware of all the signs and symptoms from there. But, you know, me as a chief, you know, I want to be able to say or go back into our community that, yes, I have the ability, we have the ability as a community to move forward and start this process of healing our people of these multi-generational effects. And, you know, what's being proposed, you know, with all the other different sources of funds. We have, you know, some that's coming out of the, what is it, the Four Pillars Society that allows for dealing with multi-generational effects. We have some of the other, you know, well, potentially out of list. But I need to be able to ask, or going back into my community and say, yeah, we finally got the solution. Because you mentioned 18 years to actually get to this point. Now, my question is, I don't think it's going to take another 18 years, but even, you know, 2 years is a long time when you start looking at some of the of our citizens in our community that went through these processes that are now self-medicating and with disastrous outcomes. And when do we get to the point to where we can actually start to address those? Not tomorrow, not next month, not 4 years in time, but immediately, because I simply don't see it. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Dr. Blackstock.
Thank you, Chief, for your question. And yeah, this is all a result of all intergenerational trauma and people turning to addictions. And let's face it, those horrible drug dealers are manufacturing drugs that are more potent for our people and are leaving our children as opioid orphans. And so the needs of the communities are getting stronger, and we're losing kids, we're losing parents to that crisis, and the time for action is right now. This final settlement agreement will run another 9 years, and then there's nothing. In our proposed amendments, Willie Littlechild, I just want to recognize him and the other elders in the room, but he mentioned that we had proposed the idea of intergenerational equity as being one of the core principles of our amendments, because we need to deal with that intergenerational trauma. And that's why we feel strongly that this deal cannot end in 9 years, that we have got to be able to ensure that Canada's discrimination stops. And as I said, you know, it's not up to me to authorize new litigation against Canada, but I'll tell you, I'll be there to help.
So I do recognize that another chief has approached the microphone, but I had already closed the speakers list. That is to follow the time allocation that you have given us to follow. So with that, I'll go to the final speaker at microphone number 1.
Bonjour. My name is Archie Wabes. I'm from Wanneman Lake First Nation. Umaginingi pisa kazmaujit nanok. Ekchinendaban hogan multigatik awasagan umagnot. Okagoi chaganok. Okagoi chaganoksa. Nogum gamas sewaj. Nogum sonandoidan nawa wichun. I'm here. I came here from my community. It took me 2 days to get here. I believe in helping my children in the community. They need help now, right now. And we have this opportunity to, accept what we have on the table right now. And that's a starter. That's a starter, eh? Right now, my nearby community is undergoing a crisis. They just lost 2 young people in suicide. Chief Mike Sugarhead is not here. He's there in the community supporting role. How many children have to die until we do something? If we prolong this process another 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, how many kids will die? We at least will have this opportunity to develop and design our programs in our community. Prevention. Deal with the post-majority children. Design a program where we can prevent families going into poverty condition or uplift them from their condition with this funding. I need funding resources to help my families. So if you were a chief, Cindy, what would you do? And there's a demand in the community needing help right now. I hear children calling for help right now in our country. I want to help them. Come on, you guys, let's do something right. Miigats, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I think, your passion and dedication to kids is what brings me a lot of joy to see in this meeting. If I was a chief and I wanted to do something right now, I'd apply under Jordan's principle and I'd get additional funding to do that. But what I'm cautious about is in 1 year, this is all subject to whether you get year funding in year 2 or 3 or 4. And that's the thing. That's what I'm worried about, is the security of it. That's why it suggests the reset. But yes, the money should be there under Jordan's principle. And we should ensure that Canada comes into full compliance with Jordan's principle, so we get rid of the backlogs, we get rid of the red tape, and that they actually meet the needs of kids in your community, and that's what we're trying to do through the courts. In terms of the, a couple other final comments, because this is going to be my last chance, I just want to pay my respects to the nations from the Northwest Territories, who are not part of the final settlement agreement and not part of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case. But I just want to say on behalf of the Caring Society, if there's a way to include them and support their children, we really want to do that. And just as a technical thing, I know I went through my slides quickly. They have all the source verification for what I did, what I shared with you, and fact checking. I am very happy to share that with you. I provided it to Weena. If you have any questions or challenges, or if you want to make our proposed process quicker, you know how to get a hold of me, Cheese. It's been an honor. The kids are in good hands with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, for the presentation and taking the questions. We had already, I believe, presented the gift from the Assembly of First Nations. So with that, we will move along to the next agenda item, and I will turn it over to my colleague Weena to introduce our next speaker.
I will turn the floor over to you. Miigwech Adam and miigwech Dr. Blackstock for your time and everything you shared with us today. And on that, we have our last special guest of the day, and we are now at our guest speaker, former National Chief Phil Fontaine. And for that, I would like to invite National Chief to introduce and present our next guest. So on that, over to National Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Blackstock, can you just stay up here for a moment? Yeah, and with Phil. I want us to all lift up both of these wonderful people. They started this off in 2007. I know it's been a long, long journey, but I just want us to give them a round of applause. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge you both. Weena, do you want to introduce former National Chief? I don't know if he needs an introduction, but we all appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you also, Dr. Blackstock Chimiigwech.
Okay. Yes, perfect. Thank you, National Chief. Welcome on the stage, Phil Fontaine. So Phil Fontaine is a member of the Saugeen First Nation. He served 3 terms as the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, 1997 to 2000, as well as 2003 to 2009. His accomplishments include negotiation of the Kelowna Accord in 2005, a rights-based agenda with the Canadian government that aimed to improve the lives and rights of First Nations peoples across Canada. He also played a key role in the negotiation of the Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement, which led to compensation for former students, the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and as well the foundation for the Prime Minister of Canada's apology to former students. One of his most historic achievements was securing the Pope's apology on behalf of the Catholic Church for its role in the residential school system in 2022. And on that, please help me give him a welcome, a warm welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction. very kind and generous. I'm very honored to be here today to address an incredibly important, in fact critical issue for all First Nations in the country, from coast to coast to coast. And I know that all of you have been struggling, and I hope that's a reasonable word, struggling to come to a consensus on this issue. And anything that is good is never easy. And this particular matter represents a real opportunity for our communities to do much good for their people, but more particularly for the children in our communities. As noted in the introduction, I was involved in the initial thrust on this issue. The Assembly of First Nations supported the Caring Society's presentation to the tribunal to resolve the issue of unfair discrimination over many, many years to our children. The Assembly of First Nations, together with the Caring Society, started this process, the formal process, in 2007. And I was privileged to be a part of the initial beginning, or the initial process that began this matter that's now before you. And as also noted, I was very directly involved in the negotiations of the historic settlement of the Indian residential school matter. And that wasn't easy. It was a very significant challenge in bringing forward a fair and just resolution to this issue that had hung over our communities like a dark cloud. It was a plague on our communities. But we prevailed. One, because we had very strong support from the chiefs in every part of the country. It is clear that we were representing all First Nations and not just the survivors, though they were a prominent element in our negotiations. And so success was possible, as I said, because we had strong support. And we were able to convey to the chiefs that supported us all of what we were trying to do. We never acted unilaterally. We didn't act on our own. We spoke to the very important interests of our people. And this we did through the Executive Committee of the Assembly of First Nations and the chiefs of the country. What was different in this process of negotiations as we compared ourselves to the rest of the plaintiff lawyers? And keep in mind that at one point there were at least 80 plaintiff lawyers at the table. AFN and our team was the only group that was diverse in such a way that we included an elder on our team, we had a chief on our team, we had lawyers, but it was very much a First Nations body. And most importantly, this team had represented all of the important segments of our communities, was able to proceed on the basis of Indigenous legal principles. And that was so completely different, fundamentally different from all of the other plaintiff lawyers that were at the table. And I believe very sincerely that we prevailed in this process because of our commitment to following our traditions. And one of our most important elders in this process was Fred Kelly, who reminded us at every turn that we had to maintain our position in terms of ensuring that this process followed Indigenous legal traditions. What we had to fight for, and this is very much like the matter that's before you, it became very much a timing issue. We were running out of time in our negotiations. It was pretty clear that the government of the day was in a precarious state and that they would probably fall. So we had to strike a deal, and we had to do it before midnight this particular day. And that's what we did. We struck a deal that was reflective of all of the incredibly diverse interests in our communities related to the residential school survivors. And if you reflect back on the settlement agreement, it wasn't a bad deal. It is now about $6 billion plus. We created the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that has come forward with 94 calls to action. And the TRC is going to live on for many years to come. And its establishment, its creation, has enabled us to have the kind of conversation with Canadians that has been missing for such a long time. And it's an opportunity for us to create a new and more positive future for our people. And I give credit to Justice Sinclair and Chief Littlechild and Marie Wilson for the incredible job they did in leading the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But I remind the people here that it wasn't the government that created the TRC, it was the Assembly of First Nations. It was AFN. It was a negotiating team receiving clear direction and support from the Executive Committee, and in turn, reflective of the very diverse interests in our community. So this matter wasn't easy. It was difficult. We didn't have a sense that we would prevail against all of the forces that were aligned against us, but we did. And that's a credit to every First Nation community in the country. I was also involved, I don't know if this was mentioned, in Kelowna. You've heard of the Kelowna Accord. This incredible opportunity that we had created for ourselves, working with every jurisdiction in the country, provincial governments, the federal government, and Indigenous organizations, the Métis, the Inuit, and I forget the urban community. And it took us 18 months to carve out the Kelowna Accord. 18 months. It involved 2,000 people from every jurisdiction, as I said, in the country, including our own political body, the Assembly of First Nations. But we missed one thing. When Kelowna was announced as a deal, it wasn't accompanied with money. There's no bill that committed the government to providing the $5 billion. So with the change of government, even though Parliament had introduced and passed a bill on Kelowna, they never committed to providing the $5 billion. So while we were successful in creating this incredible opportunity for ourselves, it would have been far better if we had been able to convince the incoming government of the importance and value of Kelowna. But though we may have failed, it opened up other possibilities in the coming years, in the years that followed. I recall when the current Prime Minister was campaigning in the Yukon, he was asked a question about Kelowna. Would he commit to supporting Kelowna if they formed the government? He said yes, but it will be Kelowna plus, meaning that financial commitments from the incoming government would exceed the Kelowna Accord and the $5 billion price tag that was attached to Kelowna. And the government has actually met its commitments. I'm more than satisfied, not satisfied, poor word. I'm impressed with the way that Trudeau government has responded to the needs and aspirations of First Nation communities. So Kelowna residential school settlement agreement, I didn't say much, just a passing reference I should make to the constitutional talks, 1982, the inclusion of our people in Section 35, recognizing existing Aboriginal and treaty rights. But it wasn't a perfect deal, right? The 1982 constitutional process. We were still seen and regarded as Indians in the Constitution. As the reference was Aboriginal people, including Indians, Métis, and the Inuit. But that reference hasn't been a break on all of the good work that we've been able to accomplish together because of this very important and incredible moment in the lives of our people, First Nations people, everywhere in the country. It continues to live on. Important decisions from the courts, UNDRIP, become part of this process, and we can never belittle or demean UNDRIP or the 1982 constitutional process and what it brought forward. Now, I'll deviate a bit from my notes here. I've been listening to the debate here, discussions elsewhere. I've reached out to Cindy Blackstock to ask her what her assessment was of the FSA for the reform of child welfare. She gave me a complete overview, or as complete as we could manage in the time we have given ourselves. And she alerted me to some of the problematic issues related to the way this matter has rolled out. The challenge we have here, you've heard Cindy, you've heard people that oppose the approval of the FSA. You've heard others speak passionately about the importance of getting this matter through. One of the prevailing views has been with this process is that the chiefs of Canada have not been consulted. There hasn't been wide consultation. It's been a closed process. AFN hasn't been transparent enough to engender support from the chiefs of the country. I was involved in one of the side rooms earlier to talk about this particular matter and how you might address it, at least in the short term, if not in the long term. And the resolution that will be introduced here hopefully will reflect the way forward so that there will be enough comfort in this room to enable people to say yes to the agreement. And I'm referring to this point I made that people had concerns that there wasn't enough consultation, there wasn't wide consultation, the process wasn't transparent, hence the agreement fails to reflect all of the very diverse interests and perspectives in the country that are held regarding this agreement. So in the course of our discussions here earlier, a number of chiefs came together to suggest, in addition to other amendments that I've heard, that another committee, I don't know if we'll call it a committee, but another body within the Assembly of First Nations would be established to ensure that there's transparency in the process, that the will of the Assembly of First Nations will be reflected in this agreement, that we will have the kind of comfort that we're seeking, that this agreement, if it is approved, will set us back. So the proposition will be to create an oversight committee or body that will oversee all of the work that will proceed from this day onward regarding the FSA. And this committee / body will have chiefs from every part of the country. Every part of the country. And this proposition actually goes beyond what has been offered before now in terms of ensuring transparency, in terms of ensuring that chiefs will be able to support this. So this resolution will reflect amendments that have been not addressed, but have been spoken to by National Chief Woodhouse when she said, look, I've heard chiefs, I've heard you chiefs loud and clear. If you are talking about amendments to the agreement, we're prepared to entertain those amendments to enable us to go forward and to ensure that we are keeping in with the will of the people here, that the resolution that will be introduced that will include this reference to an oversight body will enable the chiefs of this assembly to move forward. And I don't know if there is more that can be said. I mean, Dr. Blackstock talked about the fact that the money, $45 billion, is not committed for 10 years. The commitment only includes the first year. I'm more than confident that if we work together, we can ensure that we meet the 10-year target and that the total funding that will be available will be $45 billion, as promised by the government to the Assembly of First Nations in the negotiations that took place. I wasn't part of the negotiations. I wasn't, I have to admit. And I may not know every single part of the agreement, but I understand the gist of the agreement. And as you know, I've said so, I was involved when we first introduced this as a possibility of making life better for our families and our children. That much I know. And I'm not a quick study, but I can think. And most importantly, I believe in the will of the chiefs. Absolutely. And we are strong when we are together. We weaken ourselves when we are badly divided. And I hope and pray that when we leave this assembly, we will be together as one, saying to the country that while we may have differing issues and we disagree on important points of the proposed settlement agreement, we are together in ensuring that we will move ahead as expeditiously as possible. As expeditiously as possible. Yeah, so that's my presentation here this afternoon. I spoke earlier to the Manitoba caucus, and I said pretty much what I said here. I was able to embellish things a little more than I did here because I was speaking to my chiefs in the province, right? So they gave me some leeway, and I appreciate that very much. My nephew, Chief Fontaine, was there listening to my presentation. And I know my chief has had some issues with the settlement agreement. But he's willing to do the right thing at the end of the day. And I'm extremely proud of EJ, Chief Fontaine. I'm very proud of all of you. I'm so very impressed that it's been so much a give and take here today and yesterday. Incredible arguments in favor, arguments opposed, just like any assembly worth its salt would do. And that's what you've done. That's impressive as heck. We are better than what we've been witnessing to the south of us. Every word expressed by one of the candidates is a lie. They can't even keep up with the lies, right? There are so many. And I'm not suggesting that's what I've heard here, not by any stretch. Because everything I've heard here is the truth. People have been truthful. Somewhat like Kamala, right? I'm not suggesting National Chief Woodhouse is Kamala. National Chief Woodhouse. Hey? I'm Trump, yeah. I've been trumped. I've been trumped. Anyway, I wish you much success with the rest of your discussions, your honorable debates, your interventions, and all of what matters to you as individuals, as representatives of your communities, and the love and care you have for your children. I wish you well. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Phil Fontaine, for your time, your presence, your wisdom, teachings, and all that you shared with us today. And we wish you a very great end of day. And a gift was given to him by a national chief, like the usual, like we did with all our guests this week. So, on that, it's now 3:35 p.m. and we are now at resolutions. You waited long to arrive there. Yep. So here we are. And we're ready to entertain resolutions. So on that, I will invite our new best friend for the rest of the afternoon. His name is Bram. He will join us on the stage because he's the one helping us, co-chairs, dealing with amendments. If any amendments are proposed on the floor, we need help. He's the one that will do the link with resolution committee. Thank you. So let me take my laptop because we're very high tech since the two last assemblies, I would say. We have everything on Google Drive. So let me just take my laptop. Sorry for the noise. Hello, Bram. Thank you for being here with us. Can you hear me well? I just moved the microphones, just want to make sure that all is good. Good. Okay. Okay, so we will now, so we have until, on the agenda, we have until 5:30 today, 5:30. So we will begin with draft resolution number 1 this afternoon. So this is the first draft resolution we will entertain. And on that, I will mention, I have some announcements or housekeeping. Just want you to know that there are 3 AFN staff to support chiefs at each microphones. So I would ask you if you can please help them or help us all here to make sure that if you have some amendment, that to make sure that you can provide them as well with language, written language would be the best. To be prepared with that, you can, they will be there. Also, we would ask to please help them with space as they are with the resolutions team. Also, when you come at the microphone during the discussion period, we will ask if you can please make sure to indicate if you're making a comment or an amendment. If it's an amendment, a proposed amendment, please make sure that you mention that, because often it is a statement or comments that can look like a proposed amendment, but we would need to know that it is an official proposed amendment. The usual, I'm just reviewing some important technicality. Other thing, given the importance of the draft resolution we'll have in front of us this afternoon, we've been asked to read the entire draft resolutions, so the entire document in both French and English. So for our friends that speak English, let's take that as a lesson, a French lesson. I'll try not to speak too fast, and I won't ask Adam to help me for that. I'll do it myself for the French. So on that, I will now ask for the draft resolution to be put up on the screens, and thank you very much. It is now up on the screen. So first, the draft resolution number 1 is entitled Our Children, Our Future, Draft Agreement on Reforming the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. C'est intitulé « Nos enfants, notre avenir, projet d'entente sur la réforme du programme des services à l'enfance et à la famille des Premières Nations ». This draft resolution number 1 has been moved by Chief Dan Manuel. So, Chief, are you present in the room? At this time, I'm just checking, make sure that you're there, so thank you so much. Please don't go too far because we'll need you pretty soon. So, thank you, Chief. And this draft resolution number 1 have been seconded by Chief Joe Miskokomon. Seconder, are you? Seconder is present in the room. Thank you very, very much. On that, we will now read the entire, as mentioned, the totality of the draft resolution number 1 in both French and English. I will start with the French, and I'll give, after that, myself a little break and ask my friend Adam for help with the reading of the English. So, that works for you, that works for me, and I'll start right now with the French. Attendu que les Premières Nations en Assemblée rendent hommage aux enfants, aux jeunes et aux familles qui ont subi la discrimination du Canada et des préjudices dans le cadre du programme des services à l'enfance et à la famille des Premières Nations, SEFPN, ainsi que les conséquences des structures coloniales du Canada dont les effets se font encore ressentir aujourd'hui. Nous nous engageons à nous assurer que les générations futures n'auront jamais à subir de tels préjudices et qu'elles vivront à l'abri de toute forme de discrimination dans le cadre des services à l'enfance et à la famille. En vertu de la Déclaration des Nations unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones des États-Unis, article 2, article 7.7.2 et article 19, article 22.2 et article 23. Je ne vais pas lire le contenu des articles pour préserver le temps que nous avons devant nous, mais ce sont les articles qui sont mentionnés dans la résolution et tirés de la Déclaration des Nations unies. Attendu que numéro C. En 2007, l'APN et la Société de soutien à l'enfance et à la famille des Premières Nations, Société de soutien, ont déposé une plainte auprès du Tribunal canadien des droits de la personne, TCDP, alléguant que la prestation inéquitable des SEFPN par le Canada et le choix du Canada
and the choice of Canada not to fully apply the Jordan principle was discriminatory and caused prejudice. The CHRT substantive the complaint in 2010 CHR22, which ordered Canada to immediately cease its discriminatory conduct toward First Nation children and families, emphasizing the need for prevention services and to take such effort as necessary to prevent the recurrence of discrimination. E. In December 2020, AFN Canada, Chief of Ontario, COO, Anishinaabe Nation, NAN, and the Caring Society reached an agreement in principle, AIP, on long-term reform of the FNCFS program and Jordan Principle, valued at $19.807 billion over $5 over 5 years. The AP provided a roadmap to negotiate a final agreement. F. The First Nation in Assembly, by way of AFN Resolution 04-2022, First Nation determined of the reform of the First Nation Child and Family Services Program and Jordan Principles, ordered through the 2022 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling number 8, directed the AFN to request that the CHRT support First Nation right to self-determination by ordering that all funding provided through the 2022 CHRT 8 ruling be disbursed to First Nation and self-governing First Nation to the Yukon in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding between their government and FNCFS agencies. G. The First Nation in Assembly mandated the FN by way of Resolution 40-2022 and 86-23 to ensure quality of life to the First Nation Child's and Family Services Program in Georgia's principle, to negotiate a final settlement and long-term reform, conduct regional engagement for draft agreement, to ensure that First Nation leadership had an adequate party to discuss the draft agreement and return the First Nation Assembly for discussing and or approval of the agreement. H. The AFN, alongside COO, NAN in Canada, participated in an intensive negotiation toward that draft agreement that reflects direction from the First Nation in Assembly and leverage First Nation-led research, experts' advice, and recommendation to reform the FNCFS program. I. Council of the AFN-COO and AN in Canada endorsed a draft agreement for consideration and approval by their respective leadership on July 10, 2024. J. As mandated by way of Resolution 40-2022 and 86-2023, the AFN conducted engagement sessions with First Nation, including regional engagement sessions, to seek feedback on the draft agreement and negotiate recommendation as advised by First Nations. K. The draft agreement represents a robust approach to the long-term reform of the FNCFS program, with funding commitment in the amount of $47.8 billion over 10 years, reflecting the principle of substantive equality and best interest of the child, while ensuring collaboration and accountability between First Nation and the service providers rendering services to their communities. Last, whereas L. The draft agreement will have a direct impact of unprecedented magnitude on the lives of First Nation children, their family, and their communities. And further, to the AFN mandate has been the subject of extensive engagement with First Nation child and family services experts and aligned to the greatest extent possible with the mandate of the First Nation in Assembly, particularly in advancing sovereignty, inherent jurisdictions, and nation-to-nation building. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nation in Assembly, 1. Fully support and approve the draft agreement on long-term reform of the First Nation Child and Family Services, FNCFS, program as amended based on engagement with First Nation and authorize the Assembly of First Nation AFN negotiator to make the necessary minor edits to complete a final agreement. 2. Support the AFN in seeking an order from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT, confirming that the final agreement on long-term reform fully satisfies order related to reforming the FNCFS program. 3. Direct the Reform Implementation Committee to return to the First Nation Assembly to provide regular progress report on implementation of reform of the FNCFS program, which complete my reading for the French part of the resolution, draft resolution program.
The French version of this draft resolution number 1, as explained, will now go and read it in English. So for that, my friend Adam is here to help. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you, Weena. So the resolution is before you. I will read it in English. And of course, this is draft resolution number 1, 2024. We have confirmed that the mover and the seconder are present. Before I read the resolution, it's very important that we are all on the same page. We all understand the resolution we are dealing with right now. I am getting inquiries, when is the vote? Also another inquiry, when is the main resolution? So this resolution that we are bringing forward, self-explanatory, but it is quite lengthy, but this is a resolution to accept the final agreement as presented, as amended and presented. This is the resolution. We just want to make sure everybody understands. So it reads, whereas the First Nations in Assembly honor all the children, youth, and families who have experienced harm in Canada's discrimination in the First Nations Child and Family Services, FNCFS program, and legacy of Canada's colonial structures, the effects of which continue to be felt today. We dedicate ourselves to ensuring that future generations will never have to experience such harm again and will live free from any kind of discrimination within the provision of child and family services. B, the United Nations on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The UN Declaration states under Article 2, Article 7.2, Article 19, Article 22.2, Article 23. C, the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, and the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society filed a complaint with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT, in 2007, alleging that Canada's inequitable provision of FNCFS and its choice to not fully implement Jordan's Principle were discriminatory and resulted in harms. D, the CHRT substantiated the complaint in 2016 CHRT 2, which ordered Canada to immediately cease its discriminatory conduct towards First Nations children and families, emphasizing the need for prevention services and to take such efforts as necessary to prevent the recurrence of discrimination. E, in December 2021, the AFN, Canada, Chiefs of Ontario, COO, Anishinaabe Nation, NAN, and the Caring Society reached an agreement in principle, AIP, on long-term reform of the FNCFS program and Jordan's Principle, valued at $19.807 billion over 5 years. The AIP provided a roadmap to negotiate a final agreement. F, the First Nations in Assembly, by way of AFN Resolution 04-2022, First Nations determination of the reforms of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle, ordered through the 2022 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Ruling 8, directed the AFN to request that the CHRT support First Nations' right to self-determination by ordering that all funding provided through the 2022 CHR-28 ruling be dispersed to First Nations and self-governing First Nations in the Yukon in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding between their governments and FNCFS agencies. G, the First Nations in Assembly mandated the AFN by way of Resolutions 40-2022 and 86-2023 to ensure quality of life to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle, to negotiate a final settlement on long-term reforms, conduct regional engagements on the draft agreement, and ensure that First Nations leadership has an adequate opportunity to discuss the draft agreement and return to the First Nations in Assembly for discussion and/or approval of the agreement. H, the AFN alongside COO, NAN, and Canada participated in intensive negotiations towards a draft agreement that reflected direction from the First Nations in Assembly and leveraged First Nations-led research, expert advice, and recommendations to reform the FNCFS program. I, Council for the AFN, COO, NAN, and Canada endorsed a draft agreement for consideration and approval by their respective leadership on July 10th, 2024. J, as mandated by way of Resolutions 40-2022 and 86-2023, the AFN conducted engagement sessions with First Nations, including regional, and I've lost it, including and I do apologize, I've just lost it on my screen. I'm just going to go to the hard copy. Okay. No, okay, I have it here. So I'm going to go back to J. As mandated by way of Resolutions 40-2022 and 86-2023, the AFN conducted engagement sessions with First Nations, including regional engagement sessions, to seek feedback on the draft agreement and negotiate recommendations as advised by First Nations. K, the draft agreement represents a robust approach on the long-term reform of the FNCFS program, with funding commitments in the amount of $47.8 billion over 10 years, reflecting the principles of substantive equality and best interests of the child, while ensuring collaboration and accountability between First Nations and the service providers rendering services to their communities. L, the draft agreement will have a direct impact of unprecedented magnitude on the lives of First Nations children, their families, and their communities, and further to the AFN's mandates has been the subject of extensive engagement with First Nations and Child and Family Services experts, and aligns to the greatest extent possible with the mandates of the First Nations in Assembly, particularly in advancing sovereignty, inherent jurisdiction, and nation-to-nation building. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, fully support and approve the draft agreement on long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services FNCFS program, as amended based on engagement with First Nations, and authorize the Assembly of First Nations AFN negotiators to make the necessary minor edits to complete a final agreement. 2, support the AFN in seeking an order from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT, confirming that the final agreement on long-term reform fully satisfies its orders related to reforming the FNCFS program. 3, direct the Reform Implementation Committee to return to the First Nations and Assembly to provide regular update reports on implementation of the reforms to the FNCFS program. So that is the resolution in English. I will turn it back to my colleague, Weena.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you to all of you for your patience and active listening. On that, draft resolution number 1 has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. We will now open the discussion period. We will start the usual. We will first invite the mover, but first I just want to mention that, so it is almost 4 p.m. Just to give us an idea of the time we have in front of us, I will give a first 30 minutes for this discussions period. We'll see where we are in 30 minutes. If we need more time, we'll do that. But first, just for a question of facilitating, it will help me. So, as you know, all chiefs have 4 minutes, a right to speak, chiefs and proxies, 4 minutes to address the Assembly. As earlier mentioned, please indicate if you're making a comment or a proposed amendment. As mentioned also, AFN staff is available near the microphones, the 2 microphones, and online as well, they are available to help you. On that, I will now first invite the mover to introduce this draft resolution number 1, and I will then invite the seconder after the mover, and we will, after that, we will open the floor for all chiefs and proxies that wish to speak and address the Assembly. Microphone number 1, the mover, please, 4 minutes.
Why pisnog seal, why yel michwam, why piayat, isque squilila, kin yel michwam till spachman in kelfmith. Why can limp can skeet step naskal halt? I just wanted to speak in favor of the resolution. My colleagues and friends here today, this very important decision that we have in front of us. I'm here and I'm joined in our assembly by the authorized and legitimate government and the legitimate authority over my children and my community. That is my grandmothers. In my language, Kustem Tima. They've accompanied me here and empowered me and authorized me to speak on their behalf and to move this resolution of support because they feel it's important for our children in our community that we act, and we act quickly to address all of the discussion and the harms that we've heard here for the last 2 days. My goal here is that we can come to consensus and we can all agree to move forward in a good way. In speaking with my grandmothers, they have provided recommendations, they have provided insight and thought, and they have asked for us to come to consensus. And they've asked that we entertain discussion and dialogue. Along the way, right from day one, we've never ceded, surrendered, or sold our lands. We've never given anyone, any government, anyone authority and jurisdiction over our children. It's written down in our laws, it's written on our land, it's written on our hearts that those grandmothers are the responsible ones for our Chechmalatit, our children. With the end of my time in seeking consensus, and I want to thank National Chief Fontaine for his words and his support and his recognition of the difficulties of these decisions. We have been working, I have been working to attempt to find common ground between diverse perspectives that exist in this room. I wish to propose an amendment, Madam Chair, and to add a number 4 in the therefore be it resolved to call on Canada to immediately convene a federal, provincial, territorial, and First Nations leadership gathering with rights holders on First Nation child and family services to establish a path to reform of child and family services for First Nations living off reserve, in recognition that First Nations have the inherent authority and the right to care for their children wherever they reside. I offer this amendment in an effort to find common ground here in the room so that we can collectively move forward here. As we've all expressed, we put our children in the center. I also want to remind and bring attention, I'm not sure if it was brought on the floor here today. This morning during the pipe ceremony, our elder Leonard Weaseltail, he's left his pipe on the floor over there by the staffs. And I acknowledge them. And I acknowledge him for his prayers of unity. 2 pipes. There's 2 pipes laying there on the floor by that eagle staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Miigwech, mover. So on that, I will assume, or we'll check with the seconder just to make sure that the seconder does agree with this proposed amendment read by the mover. Microphone number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Joe Muskokamon, Chief of the Chippewas, Thames First Nation in Southern Ontario, and I agree with that amendment. I too would like to pay our tribute to Treaty 7 and the Blackfoot Confederacy, in which the territory in which we are allowed to come and discuss in a very respectful way the very heart of our nation. I recognize our Eagle staffs and our medicines, our veterans, our elders, our Ladies Council, Youth Council, the Executive and National Chief. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been through this before, where we have had substantively divided viewpoints on approach and on going forward. But that has not stopped us. That has not stopped us from seeking a way to try to find consensus amongst ourselves. We are people that represent honorable nations, and we represent ourselves in these forums as honorable leaders. And I thank all the people that have come before that we've listened to, and I've sat here and listened to in the last day and a half, with the compassion and the hurt and the stories. And yes, some of the shortcomings of this agreement. But I too like to read into this resolution, number 5. And hopefully this will help us come together a little closer, so that we can see eye to eye and move forward as a collective. And my number 5 would read, direct the AFN to establish an oversight chiefs committee who shall provide direction to the AFN with respect to the implementation of the final agreement on the long-term reform of FNCFS program. Because I've heard the people say, this should be in the hands of the chief, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. We are the ones that are responsible for our people. We are the ones that are put in this position by our people. We are the ones that should be held accountable to our people. We are the ones that give our executive the mandates over many years to negotiate for us, and yet we can't abandon them. We've heard about the hurts. We've heard about going forward, but what happens if we don't? go forward today, what happens is that we are stuck in status quo. The resources will not get to our communities. The poverty will not magically go away. The addictions will continue to happen. The abuses will continue to happen. And the children will be left the ones to bear the scars. I ask you, come together. Help us so that we can unite and move forward as a strong organization, as we have always proven, as the former National Chief Phil Fontaine reminded us of. We can win together. We do not have to be divided. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So I will look at the mover, just as I did with the first proposed amendment, to verify if you're in agreement with that proposed amendment. Mover is in agreement. He confirmed his agreement to that. So Miigwech, both mover and seconder. Here, we have two proposed amendments that were agreed upon by both the mover and the seconder. So draft resolution number 1 has been amended by the addition of 2 new paragraphs in the therefore be it resolved section. And just for more clarity, I would like to go through those 2 together. We'll read it together. Because it has already, as you know, we have the possibility now to entertain live amendments on the screen. So you already saw the amendments, but we will read it together and you will still see it up on the screens. Thank you. Number 4, call on Canada to immediately convene a federal, provincial, territorial, and First Nations leadership gathering with rights holders on First Nations child and family services to establish a path to reform child and family services for First Nations living off reserve, in recognition that First Nations have the inherent authority and right to care for their children wherever they reside. Number 5, direct the AFN to establish an oversight chiefs committee who shall provide direction to the AFN with respect to the implementation of the final agreement on the long-term reform of the FNCFS program. Thank you very much. On that, we will now open the floor for proxies and chiefs and proxies that would like to come at the microphone, and we will alternate. You all have up to 4 minutes, and I will ask my friend here for the calculation you just gave. Okay, but so roughly, there are about 25 and more that came up after this count. So 25 speakers in the that are in the speakers list and that approach the microphone, either virtual and physical here in the room. So if you all speak 4 minutes, that does not include the back and forth. Only for the 4 minutes, it equals to 1 hour, 40 minutes minimum. So we just want to say that it's very important to be as brief and concise as possible. And if you wish if your point has already been made, maybe better to be as brief as possible, or to I will stop here. So on that, Microphone number 2, please.
During Quincy, Shalaknay, Pauline Frost, Chief of Funtaquichin First Nation, referred to as T-Chick in the Yukon. I'm also here before you as a proxy for Champagne-Ajac First Nation. So I'd like to provide some comments and then a recommendation. So as Yukon First Nations, we cannot, maintain that we cannot support the final settlement agreement as presented on July 11th. While members of the Assembly First Nations, we support the need to hold Canada to account and to change their discriminatory practices and systems, which has continued to undermine the well-being of our children and families. Our view of the proposed FSA and the resulting governance model and funding formula does not address our jurisdictional rights and interests as modern treaty governments. A model and formula that has not directly been informed by the rights holders. So I want to acknowledge the grandmothers and grandfathers and the families that have done great work to get us here. I think we need to do that and keep moving forward in a good way. While the AFN Legal Counsel have a particular view that the subject matter is about a federal program, from the self-governing First Nations view, the subject matter is about First Nations children and families, to which we are responsible to protect, inform, and advance. We maintain that the resulting terms and conditions affect our rights. We maintain that Canada has an obligation to consult us as modern treaty holders. They have failed in that regard, and we cannot accept the FSA as presented. As members of the Assembly of First Nations, we have highlighted that the AFN Charter requires a process and resulting decisions to reflect and respect the diversity of its membership. As self-governing Yukon nations, we respect the views and positions of our fellow chiefs. We also similarly want other nations to respect our position and our views. We want to uphold and respect the diversity of the membership. On that point, I note that the Assembly of First Nations Article 1C states, by virtue of recognition and respect for their mutual sovereign equity, First Nations can establish collective political relations based on respect of diversity. So to that end, the self-governing Yukon First Nations that are here this week, we cannot support the resolution, but we do want to raise that there's a proposed friendly amendment that we would like to make with respect to the derogation clause in the resolution, or a derogation clause that states that the FSA will not affect the rights of interests of First Nations with treaties or who seek to negotiate directly with Canada. That the funding formula and Canada's structure not prejudice First Nations jurisdiction, rights of interest specific to children and families, and that the CHRT orders continue to apply to self-governing Yukon First Nations. Merci.
Miigwech, Chief, I will ask you if you can please stay nearby the microphone, but first, so we can stop the timer at this moment. First, so this is a proposed amendment. Am I right? You're proposing this amendment. It's enough. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And the other question I have for you is, where do you propose to include that amendment? Is it an additional paragraph in the therefore be it resolved section? Microphone number 2.
Thank you. I would suggest that it falls under, I think there were 2 other recommended changes, 5 and 6. So I would suggest it fall after them.
So your proposed amendment is to add a new paragraph. Thank you very much. On that, resolution committee is now putting the language up on the screen, but while they're figuring out the language to reflect the proposed amendment, I will first go to the mover and the seconder to make sure that they agree with that proposed amendment, or if they do not agree. So it's for them to decide. And maybe you can also, the mover and the seconder, if you prefer, we can wait until such time that the proposed language is up on the screen. If it's easier, I do understand that. So, microphone number 1, please. We have the seconder.
Yes, I think it would be important that we all see exactly the wording that is being proposed by the speaker.
Miigwech, so we will wait. On that, I just want to make a comment here. It is very important to deal with one proposed amendment at a time. So we're dealing with this proposed amendment. Once we dealt with it, we will then go to the next speaker. The next speaker will be microphone number 3, which is the one online. The other thing I wanted to let you know is that, as you know, we try here to help you managing the time. You have rules, we need to follow your rules. The rules is up to 4 minutes. In a respectful way, I will, or I might, interrupt just to state, if 30 seconds is left, I will mention that kindly, respectfully, and if the time is up, I will also ask you to conclude very briefly. The other thing I wanted to let you know is not just because you're standing at the microphone, that does not guarantee that we will have time to go to each of you. So you understand that, because it's not the first time it happens. We will try to get to the most of you. So if the more concise, the more brief you are, if you take less time, this would give more time to other chiefs and proxies that would like to take the floor. So on that, we are just waiting at the moment to make sure that we have the live amendment ready to be read up on the screen. So once it is ready, please put it up on the screen. Thank you so much. You read my mind. You read my mind, but it's not ready yet. So we're waiting to have the correct language that will reflect the proposed amendment by Chief at microphone number 2. Thank you for your patience. So I'm looking at the resolution committee. So did I see a hand at microphone? So you're the chief that provided, okay, so microphone number 2, but the time was up, so I guess it is clarification. So I will open I will ask to please open the microphone number 2, please, for the chief that already made a proposed amendment.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Okay.
Chief Amanda Lease from Ta'on Quichan Council in Whitehorse, Yukon. I would like to give my time to Chief Pauline Frost. Shoni Fan.
We thank you so much, but we are still talking about the proposed amendment. Is that the comment is intended to the proposal? So, Chief, at microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, and I beg your patience as we're working through the language. The technical team sits over here, and they are working through the final language of how we are going to look at the clause that removes, that gives us a relationship, a direct relationship with Canada, and what does that look like with respect to our treaty obligations, their treaty obligations with us. So I beg your patience as they work through the technical language that reflects that.
Miigwech, Chief. So just a comment to Chief that just gave up her time. I'm just going to say that I did not need that, so you can stay in the line because I was just about to open the ask to open the microphone number 2 for clarification only, and that was done. Thank you so much. You didn't lose your time. I guess our little beavers are working hard to make sure we get the correct language that reflect the proposed amendment. So here it is. I've been advised or told, not taking advice from anyone, I'm kidding. No, I've been told that we will now table this proposed amendment just to give time to work the language, and we don't want to lose more time on that. We will work in parallel on that. We will now go to the next speaker, but I will just ask for the chief that provided the proposed amendment to not go too far, because we'll get back to you pretty soon, I guess. But on that, I will now go to the Zoom platform and invite Chief Byron Louis to speak. Over to you, Chief. You have up to 4 minutes.
Yes, I'm just, you know, in support of the actual amendments to the motion. I think it's really important that we actually try to achieve some level of consensus over the next few months. I really do have a problem with, you know, of what has been talked about earlier on about this idea that we can go back to court and or go back to the human resources, and you know, if this does not bear fruit, then that's through the through negotiating or re-entering negotiations. Because, you know, if you look at it, there's over 200 and something court cases that we have won so far, but how many of them have been implemented? And this really concerns me. And I asked a question earlier on, do we actually have what is required to actually start looking at how we can start addressing these multi-generational traumas that we all have in our communities? You know, look at the opioid crisis, look at any type of crisis we have, and it could go back into residential schools. It could go back into, you know, 60 Scoop. It can go back into what's happening now, but that dysfunction is there. But we, meaning myself as a chief, I have never been able to have programs and services that are available to me to start addressing those issues. And we have to stand by while we watch a loss of, at the far end of the scale, of a loss of some of our members to the ongoing crises that's dealing with the effects of a lot of these traumas. And, you know, and I don't want to be sitting here for another, you know, 4 years or 6 years as we go through a court case or anything else, and still be looking at these same problems with these children that have been apprehended, the parents of children that have grown up into, you know, into these type of environments. And, you know, when do we get to the point of actually start to heal? And that's the thing that bothers me. And I want to make sure that we have the ability. Do we have what's required now in terms of funding? Do we have what's in this, you know, in the actual draft settlement? Is that sufficient, coupled with other funding that has been achieved through such things with the 60 Scoop or some of the other efforts through residential school? Because all of these have never dealt with the multi-generational effects of these institutions. And, you know, I just can't go into our community again and tell them, oh, well, we have a solution here, but it's going to probably take maybe 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, or whatever to go through the courts. Because the Canadian government has too long managed risk, and managing risk, I mean, dealing with some of the issues that we're bringing forth, and them saying, using the courts to manage that risk. And what I mean by that, they know darn well it's going to take anywhere from 4 to possibly up to 8 to 10 years to run something through the Supreme Court or other. And they also know that that's about reasonably the length of time that a sitting government is going to survive in Canada. So they've been managing it based upon that. And what I need to know is, does this affect? And what I see is I do like, the amendments to this motion, and I will be supporting it for that very reason. We need to be able to get to the point to where we can start, healing our people. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Louis. On that, I will now look at my friend here on the stage to check if we're ready to conclude the proposed amendment, to go back on that. Okay, so we're not ready now. So we will now go to the microphone number 1 for our next chiefs. You're invited to speak at microphone number 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a proxy for Kitchener-Melchizedek, James Cutfeed, on behalf of Chief Donnie Morris. And this is not to make an amendment, but more of a statement of our position. And this afternoon, I hold before you our law. This is our family law, and it's called Kitchener-Melchizedek Inenowag Unakon Debenjigeon Unakonageon. For English, Kitchener-Melchizedek Inenowag family law, for those that do not understand it. It addresses our culture, the laws that we had, and the traditions, and most importantly, this law revitalizes our language. It's full of language. And the work began back in 2007. It didn't begin when Bill C-92 was introduced. Bill C-92 facilitated and lessened our negotiating of the law when it ascended. It made our life a lot easier. So we have launched this law April 1, 2023, and it's operational. The acronym for it is KIDO, K-I-D-O. So our chief has stated our position with regards to the issue at hand, and I would like to read a few of the statements in condensed form that he has provided in a letter form to the Assembly of First Nation National Chief. On the final settlement agreement on long-term First Nation Child and Family Services Program as reached between Canada, AFN, NAN, and COO, the funding under the FA is needed and moving to meet the best needs of the Awashasug, Ushkadsug, Egwa, Debenjigeonan. I will translate into English those words: children, youth, and families is what we all would like to see, and KI respects the work that has been done to date. However, KI is a sovereign nation, Indigenous nation, and a jurisdiction holder with Minaguzwan. Minaguzwan is, it was not given to us by the settlement government. It was given to us by the Creator. That's what Minaguzwin is. The inherent power and the inherent rights and has enacted its own family law. Like I said, here is the law. Kitchenamexa Ininwak, the Benjigawan, Unakwan Gawan, Hido, have taken over
20
child and family
seconds.
services for members. Based on what was agreed to between KI Canada and Ontario, our coordination agreement, the FA, does not reflect what was negotiated by KI during our process and would like to have to adopt any further entitlements. KI has a treaty relationship with the Crown, and where important issues arise that will directly impact the well-being of KI and its members.
Chief, please conclude in one sentence, possible.
In one sentence, if possible. All right,
That is a sentence.
here we go. There will be no decisions that affect us that has not had our free, prior, and informed participation and consent, and is reflective of the principles contained in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Indigenous People. There we go.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Okay, looking at my friend. No, we're not ready, so we will continue, and I will invite the next chief at microphone number 2, please. Another chief, not the one that just made the proposed amendment. Yes, microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon. Regina Crowchild, Sultan Nation, Proxy Chief. I just want some clarification. You know, on the preamble on L, it says the draft agreement will have direct impact on unprecedented magnitude on the lives of First Nations, well, so forth. But what bothers me is that First Nations and Child and Family Services experts and align to the greatest extent possible with the mandates of the First Nations in Assembly, particularly in advancing sovereignty, inherent jurisdiction, and nation-to-nation building. My concern is, like the previous speaker, the Government of Canada did not grant us our right to sovereignty, our inherent rights, and our right to government. So I don't want us to be implicated in that. So I'm wondering, we're not into domestic treaties. We have treaties with the with the Crown. Those are international treaties. The other thing too I wanted to address is, it says, and this afternoon, when I talked, like, we're not under C-92 because it's our authority, our inherent authority to take care of our peoples, including our children, whether they live on reserve or off reserve. We take care of them, except because of Canada giving that authority to the provinces to have jurisdiction over child and family, and included us, we have that problem. But this afternoon at lunch, the lady from ISK said that if this doesn't go through, there's no more negotiations. That's it. They'll never get the authority to negotiate again. But once there's a court order, the Human Rights Court order, it's still going to be there. Does Canada have that right, Indian Affairs have that right to terminate that court order? I want to know that, because I don't believe that. I don't care who's in which parties in government. To my understanding, when the Human Rights Court gives an order, that it has to be complied with by the existing government, whoever's discriminating. But the other thing too is, I have to say is, I felt bad today. It really hurt me to see Caroline and all those ladies, all those people that have been discriminated against because Canada refuses to recognize our human rights, which they profess to be champions in other countries of human rights. It hurts. that's something we should be going, and I asked yesterday, where is Canada obliged under this order that they have to stop discriminating against us? I don't see anything. Canada should be obliged to follow what the court said, and if Canada wasn't discriminating, it wouldn't have gone to the Human Rights Commission. So there's got to be some obligation on Canada to stop those discriminations. But I'm just saying this, I haven't decided which way I'm going to vote. We have to caucus, we have to decide. But it goes both ways. But and as you know, Tsuut'ina Nation never gave the authority to AFN to speak to our inherent rights and our treaty rights. So that stands.
Miigwech, Chief Crowchild. On that, one comment. Just make sure, please, chiefs online, to lower your hand after you have spoken, because this can be very confusing for me. I don't know if it's I would call it a old end, not a new end. But thank you. It is now, everything has been fixed online, so thank you so much. And while I was saying this comment, I just received the go to address the proposed amendment. So I will now ask Chief that proposed the amendment to come nearby the microphone, and we will read the proposed amendment together. And I will check after with her if the language reflects her proposed amendment on the floor. So the proposed amendment is to add a new paragraph. So paragraph number 6. Call on Canada to amend the FSA to provide an FSA final settlement agreement. So call on Canada to amend the final settlement agreement to provide clarification that A, the FSA will not affect the rights or interests of First Nations with treaties or who seek to negotiate directly with the Government of Canada. B, the funding formula and governance structure will not prejudice the First Nations jurisdictions, rights or interests specific to children and family matters, and C, the CHRT orders that hold Canada accountable continue to apply to modern treaty First Nations. On that, Chief, that proposed the amendment, I'm looking at you and would like to have your confirmation that this language reflects your proposed amendment. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that we are okay with the language as is presented.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, we still need the consent from the mover and the seconder to make this amendment to the draft resolution number 1. So mover and seconder, I see them coming to, giving me a hands up. That's even better. Oh no, I'm sorry. They're saying 1 minute. Okay, microphone number 2, just, yes.
1 more minute, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. It was confusing. 1 minute and a thumbs up. Ooh. Thank you for the clarification. So we'll wait to get their answer before continuing with the next speaker in the speakers list. And on that, Chief, just want to let you know that I opened the floor for discussions on this draft resolution number 1 at 4. It is already 4:41. So we already spent 41 minutes here discussing draft resolution number 1. Just want to note that. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I approve of the proposed amendment.
I'm sorry, I just want to can you repeat just what you said? You said you agree with the proposal?
I agree with the proposed amendment.
Thank you, mover. Seconder.
Chief Joe Muskokumana, I agree with the proposed amendment.
Miigwech for that. So the draft resolution number 1 has been amended, and it's the third amendment that is now included in the language. So on that, we will now continue, and where was I? Oh, online. Yes, okay. Yes, thank you so much. I completely forgot where we were in terms of sequencing, but I'm okay now. We will not go online. And I will now invite Chief Laurie Carr to speak. Over to you, Chief.
Ani tiktodam megazekwe dishnakas, Laurie Noswin Michasagi Nishnabé and Dow. Good evening. It's 6:43 here, so good evening, everyone. I am from Hiawatha First Nation in Ontario, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution and the agreement. I have been listening over the last 2 days, and I've heard the many reasons for and against the agreement, and I respect them all. It's not an easy decision to make, and it certainly hasn't been for me as part of the Ontario, as an Ontario First Nation person and chief, and one who has to look after all our children and care for them. You know, this hasn't been made lightly for our community, for our council. And I wanted to just add that, you know, there's no amount of money that will ever make up for our children's losses, our family losses. There is neither is perfect. You know, when we talk about the agreement, it's like a chief once told me, you know, they take the car and they give you back the steering wheel when we were talking about a treaty settlement. And so when it comes to our children in this piece of how do we work best? How do we work best now facing the crisis we face in our communities, facing the crisis of looking after our children? And when I think about the HR rulings that are in place, that's not an easy process. We haven't accessed any of that because we don't have the human resources to do that, because we don't have the funds to put up front to cover everything that we need. And so as we move forward, you know, I'm moving forward on the faith, and what I heard is that here in Ontario and across, you know, we'll continue. I heard the national chief, I heard our regional chief say that we'd continue to work on bringing a future for all our children on and off our territories, for our families. And so I vote with that. I vote in favor of this resolution and this agreement, knowing that we will continue to do the work, that this won't be lost and this won't be, you know, so difficult as we move forward, and that, you know, we can't just stop here. This is about our children today and our children tomorrow. And right now we need to look after the children today while doing that work for the next children, the next generations to come. And so I just wanted to add in that in support of support of my region, and in support of the children that I need to take care of in our community of our First Nation. Miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So given that the discussion period is open since 46 minutes, just want to very respectfully just propose something, but it is your assembly, chiefs and proxies. Just want to propose that we could prioritize only the chiefs and proxies coming at the microphone with a proposed amendment. Since and I'm not telling you that that's what I want to do, but I'm just proposing that because this way we could go to the most of you that want to share and speak to the microphone and provide a proposed amendment. So because we heard many opposition comments on that and in favor as well. We heard many of you. So maybe prioritize the proposed amendment. But on that, I will now invite spokesperson Kelsey Lam at microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chiefs and proxies, leaders, elders, community members, everybody who is watching and participating in this. I have written down some speaking notes because I wanted to give the severity and the seriousness of this decision the respect that I know everybody here that is participating in this, if you hold a red lanyard, that you are here in this room right now, you are paying attention, you are learning because you care about this issue and you care about our children. Whether you're in favor or against the FSA, I believe that every chief and proxy in this room cares about our First Nations children, and that's why we have the positions that we do. We all care about the same thing. I'm here to speak against this resolution, and I'm here to ask the chiefs and proxies who are undecided, who are not sure, to vote down this resolution. No amendments to this resolution will clean up the fact that the first line in the resolution calls for the approval of the amended FSA. Doesn't matter how we amend it. My message to the chiefs and proxies is we need to say no to this version of the FSA, this version. And the reason why is because there's so many flaws with the FSA. We heard that over the last few days. We've heard about how there's only certain regions who have power within the implementation. And AFN has power in the implementation. Indigenous Services Canada has power in the implementation. And so there's been a lot of fear-mongering about, oh, we might lose out on the billions of dollars that have been negotiated. But what I've heard from chiefs and proxies and leaders over the last few days and the last few months, including my own nation, is we're not focused on just the money. We're focused on the implementation. And the implementation as proposed by the lawyers that have written this agreement is flawed. And we've heard about all the reasons why. There's a fear that's been thrown out there that we can lose out on this money that's dangling in front of us. But I want to remind all of us, all the chiefs and proxies, that almost 2 years ago, we were in a room like this, and there was a proposal from the AFN that was recommended, and there was a proposal to accept $20 billion, $19 billion for the compensation. It was originally recommended for $5 billion to the AFN executive, but fortunately the regional chiefs voted it down, and they went back and negotiated for more. And there was a resolution with our assembly to accept $20 billion on compensation. And I moved the resolution, and we came to a consensus to say no to that offer. And it was the same story where the AFN lawyers were telling us, this is the most you're going to get, this is the most you're going to get. Election might happen. It was the same fear-mongering. And what happened? We voted down the $20 billion. We sent marching orders to the team to continue the work, and they came back and they increased to $23.4 billion. So anybody who is saying that we can't, there's things that we can resolve. There's things that we can fix. I'm not even talking about the money. I'm talking about implementation. And the reality is, and I know I'm going to run out of time, this isn't about walking away from this. We have Resolution 2 and Resolution 4, which will come after, that speak to how we continue to walk on the path. Nobody who is against Resolution 1 wants to walk away from this process. Nobody is suggesting that. We're saying let's continue to walk together, because if we want unity, the people who are calling for us to approve the FSA need to listen to us, who are saying we have some serious concerns and more work is needed. Thank you.
Miigwech on that. And now we will now go to the microphone number 2, please.
I don't know if it's afternoon or evening, but Chief Judy Desmolin here from Long Lake 58 First Nation, Ontario. I stand here, I have 2 names that were given to me. One is Strong Wind Woman, and the other one is Howling Grey Wolf Woman. And I stand here, I just realized that I'm using both duties under these names. And one is to speak on behalf of those that don't have a voice or a weak voice. And the other one is, my main role under my other name is to look at whatever I'm going to bring home to make sure it's good. So just from the onset, I will say that I am in support of this agreement. Agencies have had their chance all these years to make things right. In my region, it's been 50+ years. That system has failed us miserably. But yes, they will have the role as we continue this on, but they can no longer take that lead role with our children. Every region will have a seat. If we band together as people through this process, lots of these jurisdictional issues can be dealt with. It won't matter where my kids are. I can deal with us, and not the courts. Another system that's not ours. I can deal with us together here. This is not a standalone agreement. We need community wellness plans, and this agreement can be this agreement is only one piece of a huge puzzle. Other pieces that we need to get agreements on: housing, education, public works, social, and health, especially in the areas of mental health and addictions, our justice systems. All these have to support this agreement here. Our training programs, our education funds, our own source revenues. We need to make a plan to build our capacity. Post-majority supports can help with that capacity. We can train those, some of the people that we heard earlier today, how we can use this funding to get our kids to a better place so that they can be helpful to all of this process. Our children and youth are dying today. We cannot afford status quo and wait for tomorrow. This agreement is a key tool to help our nation heal. It's not perfect, but what agreement is. Many of us have agreements, and they're not perfect, but we make them work. We pick at the best parts and make them work. As chiefs, we really need to know where everything stands with our kids. We can't depend on agencies to know that information. We have to know. We have to know what we're talking about. And, and we can, with this agreement, we can set the pace in how fast or how cautious we want to move with all this. I will no longer allow my children to be used as a commodity. They are our gifts. They are our gifts to us. I have my Every Child Matters shirt on today. It's not only my children that matter to me, but it's yours also. Whatever happens here, I will continue not allow an agency or anyone else to continue to decide what's best for our kids. It hasn't worked. Why would I continue to put our kids at risk? Why would I continue to allow this cycle of trauma to continue? We need change, and sometimes change can be scary. But for this life-changing discussions that we are having, we need to be willing to go through this scary time. Imagine the scary time that our kids go through when they are removed. I am not scared. I'm ready and willing to go forward. My sleeves are already up, and I'm going to go forward for the next 9-10 years to bring our kids home. We need to bring them home today. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. And I want to say a big miigwech to all of you because you're very, very good with timing. So we'll keep on continuing on that spirit. Thank you so much. We will now go to Chiefs online, and I will now invite Chief Linda McVicker to speak.
Ushu, Ziguanique Indishnikas, Mustodam, Anamkewajing Dongji. I'm Chief Linda McVicker from Anamkewajing in the Treaty 3 area. I'll be quick, but take a moment to refer to the paramountcy of First Nation jurisdiction under the Supreme Court decision on Bill C-92 last February, which I remind everyone was much celebrated by many leaders across the country at the time. In our Treaty 3 area, we are aware there is disparity between our communities based on factors which do not reflect need under the funding in this agreement. And we will continue to advocate to bring those circumstances forward, considering our current state of emergency relative to mental health and addictions. I was, but I am no longer on the fence, and I am in favor of the final settlement agreement and appreciate the efforts of the negotiators with the vehicle that's available today. I will take this funding today for my members, which I prefer to call connection money. I will use this funding to connect the children to their families and their community while working diligently on our own child law and jurisdiction at the same time. Miigwech.
Miigwech Chief. We will now turn to microphone number 1, please.
Good evening, Mary TG, Mausham Gabu, Takla Nation. I oppose this resolution because it's the right thing to do for our children. I've heard a lot of things about mandate, that's so worried about the feds not having the mandate to negotiate. We cannot support this resolution because it is fundamentally flawed. When you have a region getting more than other regions, you are perpetuating discrimination, not ending it. In the agreement, it says, achieve progress toward the elimination of discrimination and prevent its recurrence. The tribunal's order says to end the discrimination and make sure it never happens again, not just to try to achieve progress towards that. We know we have the Chilcotin Chiefs here today. They reject the draft FSA. We have the Haida Nation that rejects the FSA. Why? Because it does not protect their most important resource, and that's their children. They are the leaders in ensuring that our rights to the land are protected. In fact, they are sovereign nations practically, and they reject this. Why, and how did they do that? Every time that Canada said no, they said, no, absolutely, we're not taking that. Every time Canada said we don't have a mandate to negotiate title, they went back and they fought because that's what the ancestors made them do. We are in a more important time here because it's our children, our most important resource that we are fighting for. Read the resolutions 2 and 4. In there, we make sure that there is a good process forward and that everybody has a voice. The chiefs have a voice, but more importantly, the youth have a voice. The children have a voice. I think we really need to consider the resolution number 2 and number 4. The CHRT orders, the money is still there. You are not losing the money. We still have the $19.8 billion that we negotiated through the agreement in principle. I am not going to take a chance on a projected $47.8 billion when we have a $45 billion in hand through the orders. We're going to negotiate up because our children deserve that. I am going to leave you with some words. What did Chief William from Chilcotin say when they said no? You know what he said? We have gone this far, we're not going to stop. Chief William said we stuck to our guns. So now we have the Chilcotin decision, we have the Haida decision, the rising tidal. These amazing leaders reject this final settlement agreement because they know what is at stake. They are fighting for our most important resource, and we have to stand with them and follow their lead and reject the final settlement agreement. Masai.
Miigwech for that. Just want to note here that it's now 5. It's been 1 hour discussion on this draft resolution number 1. We will need to proceed eventually to a vote. And I know that also earlier that just because you're on the speakers list, that does not guarantee that we will be able to get to you in the time available we have in front of us. And so as per our customs, I do apologize for that to you in advance. On that, I now invite Chief at microphone number 2, please.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi Anishinaabe, Gull Bay First Nation, Northern Ontario. I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. I just want to reiterate that it was nice to hear from both sides of this debate. We've had 2 days of very well-informed debate on this matter. I really felt that I got the information that I required to make a sound decision. I truly believe that this agreement is a step forward. It's not a step backward. I just want to also acknowledge that, as I stated yesterday, that although this agreement is for on-reserve populations, $40 billion for on-reserve populations and dealing with, children. Right now, we have 1 child in care on our reserve. We have almost 1,700 members and over 400 live on reserve, and we have 1 child in care. I think that's something that we should commend ourselves as a community that really illustrates that we're doing the right thing because it's the chief and council that's making those decisions for the community. So I commend our chief and council and our community for that. I think that's something to be really proud of, that we only have 1 child that's in care. And that's a recent vintage because prior to that, we didn't have any in care. But we do have problems with a lot of our off-reserve members that are residing off-reserve. There's a lot of issues dealing with child welfare. And I think that this agreement is a move forward to address those concerns as well. So I'm in favor of this agreement. I know it's not a perfect agreement. I look forward to building it. And Madam, I call question to the resolution.
Miigwech Chief. So question as per our customs, we take that as a respectful advice to chairs. We'll take that into consideration, but we will give some more time because there are more chiefs, other chiefs that still want to talk. As mentioned, it's not a guarantee that we will go to you, but to all of you, but I wanted to at least finish this first round of speakers list, and we'll go to the microphone number 3 online, and I will now invite Chief Don Miracle to speak.
I speak in favor of the resolution. I've been coming to the AFN meetings now for 31 years, and I hear chiefs get out and lament the condition of their people, how the children are suffering because they don't have a place to live on the reserve, how we don't have the resources to take care of them, how there's a lack of safe drinking water, how there's a lack of medical care. All these things have not been cured by the speeches or by the Declaration of Sovereignty. I don't see that this agreement amends treaty rights. The chiefs do not solely possess the treaty rights. They belong to the people as a whole, and only the people can alienate those treaty rights through some kind of community vote with their consent, with their free, prior, and informed consent. So I don't see that this harms that treaty relationship at all. I see it really as a funding agreement with Canada. There's always going to be terms and conditions when we sign agreements to get funding. I see it provides First Nations more opportunity to have more control over the program delivery in their community. And a lot of our children are suffering. They can't wait. It's taken 20 years or more to get this far. A lot of the children will be grown up and married and on their own, and a lot of the survivors of children that didn't have proper care might even be dead by that time before we get to another amended agreement. And again, the government of the day sets its priorities, and I do not see in Pierre Poilievre's commitment to anything for First Nations people. He wants to cap spending. He wants to invest more money in the military, fighting crime, policing, housing will likely be off reserve. The backlog of need is so great and the poverty is so great across the country. I see this as a step forward, and I do support Chief King's motion to call question. I call question as well.
Miigwech, Chief Mayor Cole. So question has been called twice. As mentioned, we take it as a respectful advice to chairs, but given the time we already spent and the time we have in front of us, and given the number of chiefs still at the microphone, what I propose at this time is to hear the last 3 speakers before going to a vote. We will need to vote unless you advise me of a decision that it's not the case today, but I propose to hear the last 3 speakers and then go to a vote. On that, I would like to remind you that we heard both perspectives. We heard many of you giving your perspective on both, I don't want to use the term side, perspectives. And the draft resolution number 1 already includes 3 proposed amendments to try to get all of you that were not sure to vote for in favor because they felt they were not, something was missing. So work has been done on that. And we still have the chance maybe to hear some more work. So if you have a proposed amendment and if someone on the microphone wants to leave you its place, good, but I'm not the one to decide that. So on that, 3 last speakers. Microphone number 1, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Wallace McKay, and I stand in proxy for Chief Michael Sugarhead from Nibinamik, who cannot be here because of the 2 deaths of young people in his community at this particular moment. At 5 years old, I was taken to a residential school, like so many. Today, our generation, our intergeneration, are suffering the things that we suffered at those residential schools. The CFS and medical services do not understand the kind of trauma that our children and grandchildren are facing. They don't understand the concurrent disorders that they have. They don't understand the blood trauma that they face, and that is the reason why we have so many deaths in our communities and we're losing our young people. I was an executive director for Tikanagan Child and Family Services, the first Indigenous Child and Family Services designated under the Ontario government. I recall the times I've sat there and signed my name to apprehend children to break the families, and I regret that very much. If we had the resources, that is in the final settlement agreement, I would never have had to make those decisions. Today, I do not believe in the system that I was involved in Child and Family Services because it is a colonial crown construct. And we have to be able to exercise who we are in our God-given right, and that is to exercise our Indigenous sovereignty. We never gave that up, and we must abide and exercise that. I often think about, and it touched my heart when I saw these young ladies, especially Melissa Walters. If we had those resources, we would never heard from her because it would not have happened. Maybe First Nations that oppose this, maybe they have the resources to look after, but we live in the remote communities where the prices are high, and our chiefs directed our Grand Chief to negotiate remote quotient to level the playing field so that we can look after our children. 2 weeks ago, the band rep program
operating in Winnipeg out of Sachigo found a young boy and his father in a homeless shelter. They intervened. They now live in their own home. The father's looking after them. The grandmother is coming to join to live with them, and the father is going to work. We can do that because we have the resources and the care and the compassion of our people. I ask people, we cannot wait another 2 years, 3 years to try to iron things out. I recall the times when we had constitutional negotiations. We didn't know what we would get under existing treaty and Aboriginal rights, but our elders told us, have faith and courage to move forward, and that's what we did. And now we are gaining those things from it. Thank you very much.
Miigwech Chief. So I already closed the speakers list. 2 last speakers. We will go to microphone number 2 and then microphone number 1. 2 last speakers. Microphone number 2, please.
Sego Seoguego, Chief Vanessa Adams, proxy for the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. I am voting in favor of this agreement that would bring positive impacts to our communities. Our children cannot wait any longer. They won't be kids anymore if we litigate forever. Delaying this and changing the current agreement later is not a realistic option for First Nations in this political climate. To delay the agreement when there is an upcoming election is detrimental. The status quo is not working anymore, not for our communities, not for our children. This will help our communities, our families, our little ones, those who have yet to be born. The funding is flexible, can be reallocated, can be carried over. Funding for First Nations to receive prevention dollars, household supports, top-ups, remoteness, inflation dollars, and more. Post-majority support, funding for representative services. It also establishes a one-time housing fund allocated directly to First Nations to support child welfare-related needs. This agreement puts First Nations in the driver's seat. It empowers us. The agreement ensures accountability from agencies to First Nations. It ensures services meet the needs of our communities. The agreement enables First Nations to engage in service planning and accountability mechanisms for the child welfare agencies. Our children's safety, well-being are more important than agency conflicts. This decision is for the children by the chiefs. It's time to keep our babies, little ones at home in our communities. It's time to reduce the number of kids in care. It's time. This is the best deal possible we could secure. We will continue to fight for off-reserve children. We, chiefs and proxies, must vote yes to this historic agreement for children and protect and keep them home. And I relinquish my time to Rachel Patterson, technician.
Miigwech for sharing your time. I will be brief. My name is Rachel Patterson. I'm the Director of Social Services for Chickmixing. I'm also a grandparent, I'm a foster parent, and an auntie and a grandma. When you go to make this important vote, I want you to remember, what we've heard all week, our children can't wait anymore. Our grandmas are tired, our aunties are tired, and our technicians who are on the ground, our band reps, our support people, our family support workers, they need the resources to help our parents. Children need their parents. So these prevention dollars will help us help their parents. We don't want to bring kids into care. We want to keep them home in their communities with their parents. They can't wait anymore. We could fight this out and the adults could fight about this for years to come. But we need help now. Our families need help now. Chickmixing has over 50 children in care. And that was an Indigenous agency. While we have great relationships, they are not the experts on our families. They hold our prevention dollars. Those prevention dollars need to come to us, to the grassroots people and to our experts who know our families and who are willing to go into the homes and do the work to save our children's and our parents' lives. We are in an opioid crisis. And they need help now, not next month, not in 5 years. We can't fight over this anymore. Our kids need their parents, and that's where it has to start at home. Miigwech for your time.
Miigwech for that. So, as mentioned many times now, we will now go to the last speaker for this discussion period on draft resolution number 1.
Okay.
Microphone number 1.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank McKay. I'm from Saskatchewan Lake First Nation, but I'm representing Whitewater First Nation at this meeting. I just wanted to say that, we've been discussing this issue for the last 17, 18 years. And I think it's time that we have to have trust in our leadership to be able to come up with an acceptable agreement that we can move forward on. And today, we have that final agreement that's recommended to us to make a decision on. And it's for our children, and it's for our families and for our communities. That the decisions and the services that are required are better served at the community level. That's what I want to say. I'm in support of this resolution, and hope everybody can stand with us in support of this resolution. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So the discussion period is now closed. Microphone number 1, point of order.
Hi, Zay Bernard, proxy for Blue Lake First Nation, also member of the National Youth Council. I call for a point of order to extend the agenda at least by an hour, because it's obvious we're not going to get through all the resolutions at this rate. This is a very important topic. We need to get this. We need to talk out together. And I call out my chiefs as well here.
Chief, if you have a point of order, okay. I guess it's a motion.
Yeah.
Because it's okay. We should deal with that first, because I already closed the discussion period. So yes, chiefs, you can. Of course. You can move a motion to extend the discussion period of I think I heard, please clarify how long?
At least an hour.
At least, or 1 hour?
1 hour, 1 hour.
60 minutes.
Just finished the light.
So 60 minutes, so you have a motion to extend the discussion period.
No, the agenda, because.
We're at the.
Because how many resolutions we got left after this one?
Okay, so you move to extend
the agenda
to 6:20. So we would go to 6:20.
See.
So on that, I would need a seconder to this motion. Please, if you can please approach the microphone and mention your name, state your name and community nation, please.
Neil Burley, proxy for Chief Tim Paul.
I'm sorry, I can't hear because I hear a lot of noise on the floor. Sorry, Chief.
Neil Burley, proxy for Chief Tim Paul from Woodstock First Nation.
So you second this motion. And
yes.
Thank you. So I heard on the floor, question was called. As I mentioned and explained, and as per our customs, question is not, we cannot just shut down everyone because you just spoke and you say question. And so question is a respectful advice to the chairs. We took that into consideration and respectfully look at the crowd, the chiefs at the microphone, including online, and we made the decision to give. I think at that moment, the first time we heard 4 other chiefs after the first question was called. So, by way of respect of those that were already at the microphone, but given the time before us, that's why we agreed to hear those last chiefs. So on that, a motion can be put on the floor, and that's what happened. We heard a motion that was moved and seconded, so we would now proceed to, if there's no discussion on that, we would proceed to a vote to extend to 6:20 the day. So we can discuss that. If a discussion is needed, we can discuss, but it will just take more time. Microphone number 2, please.
Madam Chair, as a point of order, you have a motion that was moved, you have a motion that was second. There was enough debate on it. Question's been called twice. You should deal with that first before you deal with another motion to extend the time. Like, what are you doing up there, Madam Chair? Like, you obviously don't know what you're doing. I'm sorry, but that the new motion, I don't have a problem with extending the time if that's going to be a new motion that does not impact the resolution that's on the floor. You have to deal with that first. Could we get help from the other chair, please?
I'm sorry, Chief King.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
You have an existing motion. You have to deal.
This applies to everyone. I want to respect the assembly
does
here.
not deal with the resolution.
And we kindly, respectfully ask for respect of the chairs as well.
The motion does not deal with the resolution. He's not asking for an
point
amendment
of order
to the motion.
taken.
He's asking for extension of the assembly, and I don't have a problem with that, but you still have to deal with the original motion.
And we were told we would be able to be heard at this assembly, and there isn't many speakers left in either.
I'm sorry, Chief. As per the rules that you all agreed upon, you need first to be acknowledged before talking at the microphone. And most of you all know me. I'm very respectful to everyone. And that's my way to be respectful. Thank you. That is my way to be respectful to all of you, not only one or two, all of you. That way is to follow your rules, and that's what I do. So, on that, I am going to consult my co-chair, and not because I was being told to do so. Thank you. So, here's our decision, the co-chair's ruling on the point of order. We decided to maintain the decision I just made. So, on that point, yes, we can. It's not because we are in a discussion period that we cannot entertain a motion to extend the time for discussion. But that doesn't mean that the time will be extended. You still have to vote on that. So, and just want to note that 1 hour was ending at 6:20, and that doesn't mean at all that we will have the time to deal with the 7 draft resolutions, or I don't know the counting as of now, but if we extend, I don't know where it will lead us. So just want to mention that. So on that, we were, just to be clear here, to be all on the same page, I closed the discussion period on draft resolution number one. We were about to proceed to a vote on draft resolution number 1. A motion moved and seconded was presented on the floor to extend the day to 6:20 p.m. You still want to move and second that motion, chiefs?
Yeah.
Seconder? You still want us the chiefs and proxies to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, so we will proceed to a vote on that motion to extend to 6:20 the day, today, day 2. So on that, I know that Anchor will need some time to prepare the technicality of that. So the motion, and you already prepared, that's so good of you. So the motion is to extend the agenda to 6:20. At the time it was mentioned, it was to 1 hour, so to 6:20. On that, I'm sorry, the way to address, just reminding chiefs and proxies that the way to address the chairs are by being at the microphone and being recognized. This is your rules. Just a kind reminder and respectful reminder of that rule. So we were at the voting on that, and for that, I will now ask the poll to be open on the Zoom platform, please. We're at the vote. Just 1 second. No, what do you want to say?
Yeah, my colleague Weena has the floor as co-chair. I am sitting at the table. I respectfully ask that chiefs do not approach me. The discussion will be open. So, Weena has the floor right now. Miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech, Adam. So, in the room, we are now proceeding to the vote to extend the day to 6:20. And I ask the first question, is there any opposition to that? So if you oppose, you want to go to the vote right now after that motion is dealt with. So any opposition to the motion to extend the date to 6:20? That means that you want to go to the vote on draft resolution next thing. So opposition, please raise up your red lanyard, and I need distribution, obviously, to help us and count the votes, the red lanyards on the floor. So the voting is still going on the Zoom platform. Please keep your red lanyard. I know it's late in the day. Maybe your hands are tired, but just kindly asking that just to help distribution, because you might not be on the stage and having the possibility to see you all, but you're very, very great, but big crowd. So a lot of chiefs and proxies, thank you for being here, and thank you for keeping your red lanyard raised to help distribution, counting the votes. Is that 1 minute or a thumbs up? Still counting? I would need someone to approach me to the stage, please, to let me know once you're done. We're good. Thank you. You can now lower your red lanyard. And now, chiefs and proxies, all in favor with the motion to extend the date to 6/20. So all in favor to extend the date to 6/20, please raise up your red lanyard so that distribution can count the votes on the floor. And on that, we will keep the voting on the Zoom platform still for the moment. Please keep your red lanyard up so that we can see it. Thank you so much for that. Must not be an easy job to count and keep track of those. I see a thumbs up. Good, you can lower your red lanyard. Thank you, chiefs. And now, anyone that would like to note their abstention to that motion to extend the date to 6/20, if you would like to abstain, please raise your red lanyard so that we can see it and count it. All of those that want to abstain, please keep your red lanyard up. Thank you very much. You can now lower it, lower your red lanyard. Thank you. The count on the floor is done. On that, I will now ask for the poll to be closed on the Zoom platform, please. Thank you very much. So now we will just wait a few minutes for distribution to calculate all the results and combine or consolidate results both in person and on the Zoom platform. So I will wait to get the results from distribution. So we are now at the motion to extend the date to 6/20, waiting for the results of the vote to be confirmed by distribution. Thank you for your patience.
Remember when Donald Trump was waiting, he asked for music?
Oh. Got a suggestion to to play some music. I won't. We have singers here. This is your decision, chiefs and proxies, so we're just following your decisions, and we will be announcing the results on this motion to extend the day to 6/20 as soon as I get a confirmation of the consolidate results from the distribution. But we will agree with me that a lot of, it's a big job to do so we want them to do that job very carefully. So that's okay, it takes some minutes. Chiefs and proxies, please, I ask you for your patience once again. We need to double check something to make sure that we announce the right result. You should hear all the mindful suggestions I get here. Once again, thank you for your patience. We'll be back soon. So I think I have your attention. And on that, I now announce that the motion to extend the date to 6/20 is defeated, does not carry. So the results, votes in favor, 93, abstentions 2, opposed 229. So that means that chiefs and proxies, you want us to continue with the vote on the resolution, on draft resolution number 1. So we heard you. It is your decision, chiefs and proxies. Just before going to the vote, I have a quick note to share with you. So an announcement to share with you. So chiefs and proxies, if you are attending the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly on Long-Term Reform of First Nations in person and plan to leave to continue participating via Zoom, please return your badges to the registration desk before departing. Upon returning your badge, you will receive a Zoom link to participate online. For more information, please reach out to registration@afn.ca or visit the registration desk. So on that, we are now at the vote we are not at the vote on draft resolution number 1, but this draft resolution has been amended. 3 amendments were added. So I would like to go through those 3 amendments and read them just to make sure that you all know on what you're voting for or against. So the 3 proposed amendments are located in the therefore be it resolved section of draft resolution number 1. The first amendment is a paragraph, so paragraph number 4, call on Canada to immediately convene a federal, provincial, territorial, and First Nations leadership gathering with rights holders on First Nations child and family services to establish a path to reform child and family services for First Nations living off reserve, in recognition that First Nations have the inherent authority and right to care for their children wherever they reside. Number 5, paragraph 5, direct the AFN to establish an oversight chiefs committee who shall provide direction to the AFN with respect to the implementation of the final agreement on the long-term reform of the FNCFS program. Number 6, call on Canada to amend the FSA final settlement agreement to provide clarification that A, the FSA will not affect the rights or interests of First Nations with treaties or who seek to negotiate directly with the Government of Canada. B, the funding formula and governance structure will not prejudice the First Nations jurisdiction, rights, or interests specific to children and family matters. And C, the CHRT orders that hold Canada accountable continue to apply to modern Treaty First Nations. So I just read the three amendments that were entertained on the floor to this draft resolution number 1, entitled Our Children, Our Future, draft agreement on reforming the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. So we are now at the vote on this draft resolution number 1. So chiefs and proxies, and I will need your attention. But first, please, attention from ENCORE to please open, to please open the poll on the Zoom platform, please. Chiefs and proxies in the room. Any opposition to that draft resolution number 1? Any opposition, please raise up your red lanyard if you wish to oppose. So if you wish, you don't accept, you wish to oppose this draft resolution number 1, I ask distribution for help counting the votes on the floor. So we are now voting on draft resolution number 1, Our Children, Our Future. If you wish to, if you oppose this draft resolution number 1, please keep or raise your red lanyard. We are counting the votes, so we need you to keep your red lanyard up during that time. Thank you very much, chiefs and proxies. Please lower your red lanyard. I will now ask the question. Everyone in favor of draft resolution number 1, entitled Our Children, Our Future? If you are in favor, please raise your red lanyard so we can see it and count it. So distribution is still on the floor, counting the in favor votes at this moment. In favor votes. We're good. Please lower your red lanyard. Thank you so much. Chiefs and proxies that wish to note their abstention, I would like you to please raise your red lanyard if you want to abstain to this draft resolution number 1, our children, our future. So please keep your red lanyard up. Thank you so much. So the count on the floor for abstention is now done. You can lower your red lanyard. Thank you very much. I now ask for the poll to be closed on the Zoom platform, please. The voting is now closed. We will now wait some minutes to give the time for distribution to consolidate the results, both in person and online. We will get back with the final results on this draft resolution number 1, our future, our children, our future. So I'm waiting to receive confirmation from distribution on the final results that combine both online and in the room results on this draft resolution number 1, our children, our future. Thank you, Chiefs, for your patience. It's very appreciated. I know it's been a long day, important day. There's not much light in this room. You must be in need of some light. But we still need to wait for the results. So we're still waiting for the results from distribution. They are now consolidating the results for the in-person and virtual vote. chiefs and proxies. Here I am with the results on draft resolution number 1, Our Children, Our Future. So the end result is the motion, draft resolution number 1 does not carry. So he's defeated. So here are the results for each category of votes. So votes in favor, 147 votes. Abstentions, 1. Opposed, 267 votes. So total of 414 votes on that draft resolution number 1. So draft resolution does not carry. On that, thank you, chiefs, for being here at that late hour. On that, we will need to give us please a few seconds. We need to discuss between chairs.
Thank you very much, Weena and Chiefs, for voting on draft resolution number 1. So here is the situation. Again, you decide. It's your call. You have voted on the resolution. It is your decision. The other thing I will say is not too long ago, a few minutes ago, you entertained a motion. So before I go there, there are potentially 6, maybe 7 more resolutions following this resolution. We don't know how many exactly. It depends on where the first resolutions go. The agenda had us close the session at 5 p.m. There was a motion. You made the decision that we will not extend the time, that we will wrap up and end the day, which is what we did. We called for a vote on the resolution, which means that we end the day now and we reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That is the motion that you carried. That's the direction you gave us. So the discussion we're having right now is that if we do proceed with that you did not support the intention of continuing the day. And just visually looking, it looks like we're losing a lot of the attendees, that people are leaving. So that's the discussion we've just had, just so that you're aware. So at this point, I'm looking and reading the room. The direction you gave us was not to extend the day, and that we wrap up now, which means we would come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., I believe. I just want to clarify. I don't. Which means we reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, reading the room, people are leaving, and it is the end of the day. So with that, I would like to temporarily adjourn the session. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Good night. A reminder, I've just been advised, a reminder, we have the pipe ceremony in this room tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Miigwech, have a good night. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.